Oh, it's a fun one. It's a fun one. Before I get started, give you a little bit of overview. This is a aerial mech combat style game, so love letter to everything, mech anime wise and that. Just so you're aware, I do have to do a lot of controlling on that one. The run will be on gamer, which means I will take damage, no auto recovery or anything else like that. I have to manually keep targets in there. See just like how much camera movement will matter to maintain things on targeting. You've got all your different weapons, but Cam will explain that during there. So we're going to back out of here. And gotta double check my settings on that one. Also, just to give you all example for why the heck we have an input display up there. It's going to be pretty complicated, but it's also easy to learn. Also want to turn the VSync on. I mean, if I'm going to do an uncapped frame rate with 144 FPS to make sure this is all good, might as well do that one there. Give you all the differences, difficulties. Yeah, as well, you will get, auto healing, and targeting is free. Gamer, which is what we're doing. No auto healing. Lock on only, stays on while you're actually targeting something, and that target block. If you can't see it, then it's no longer locked on. And lastly, prepare to die mode is basically stronger health, you deal a bit less damage and stuff like that. Anyway, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, let's go. And immediately I'm going to buffer some inputs, because the game will let you do that. And this is basically our training, getting some stuff like that, camera, move like that, there. Just gonna do that one. The game will teach you about boosting, all the basic stuff. So we'll do that there. Missiles, lock on all that stuff. There, lock on there. All there's there, and we just got finished the tutorial. Quick movement.
News and bad news here. Which one do you want first?
Is all cutscenes. You will be seeing the green mission
from Top Gun. Call sign
things.
Skull 1. He'll be with us and we'll start his sortie today.
Any good news, General?
It seems that the terrorist group called Children of Fallen Nations has acquired a lot of serious hardware.
S-20 Shilka, Mi-19 Strelky, drone S-14, something that means shrimp? These are all flying relics.
For them, this is very good stuff. Even better, they chose our backyard to show off their new toys. Right here, Taipei 3 colony, near the border. Just a little bit to the west is UCN territory. The troops stationed there only have old M1s. We also have Delta operators as a ground asset. Call sign Bravo 1.
Okay, boss, we know what to do.
Skull 1, welcome to the 7th Fleet. I'm General George Reynolds, call sign AWAC Dragon's Eye. Nice to meet you, but the welcoming party is over. Now get your ass to work. Any questions?
What's for dinner tonight?
And the audio logs on that one.
Probably all wondering why we've been assigned to the defense of the Taipei 3 colony. Well, I've got a short history lesson for you.
Here we go.
After the last World War, the planet's surface can no longer support human life. We won that war, so we have a responsibility to shoulder. And so we formed the Coalition of Free Nations, a transnational political entity that seeks to unite the scattered people of the surface as one.
Under us?
You make it sound as though that's a bad thing. See this map? The CFN already encompasses the Americas, and we have our allies in the Pacific, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, and we have the British Islands and Australia fighting alongside us as well.
I said it's pretty interesting story-wise. It plays on a lot of tropes, but
the Children of
got a lot
Fallen
of
Nations are an armed group formed by the surviving soldiers of the nations that fell in the last Great War. Most remaining nations can't afford to simply lift their cities into the skies like the rest did in the 2050s. They're not too happy about being left behind while the wealthy went on to a better standard of living. Their ultimate goal is to bring the flying cities down.
And so now we've got a bit of lore. I will point out Skull 1, although you don't hear him, is a huge reference to both Macross and Robotech. Consider this our starting actual combat tutorial.
Today is my birthday.
Just start immediately locking on, turning around. This is, as I said, actual combat tutorial in a sense. See me, stuff like that. This particular battle frame does not really get a lot of stuff. In fact, its boost is, well, you have it. It's just it depletes fast. You'll see me that if I am firing at enemies or moving towards other locations, you'll see me actually lock on, well as reloading my weapons, as you can see here. Or I can do that one. The auto-targeting is actually one of the positive notes, is because the multi-lock-on lets you hold lock-ons for multi-targeting, it actually ends up being good for actually setting up to be able to actually cheat past the fact of not being able to locking on to stuff. Now, you'll point out that targeting is a little bit jank here, as you can see. The graphic settings, you know, although it is optional how you want to set it up, I tend to use this because it makes it a bit easier to see things. Did it all? You can also see just how fast stuff depletes. Come on. Miss any? There we go. Last, but sometimes the game just wants to act up. We're going to target here. While we're doing that, we're going to reload our stuff. Lock on. Slowly control things. You'll notice that I have to not only be cognizant of which way I'm facing because of our turnaround button, because this being in a 3D environment, you have to deal with the fact of your angles as well. Fire here, slowly move up here, slowly eat that one, and so. I will point out, one of the nicest things is that the Switch version is actually a competitive version for this game, because of less cloud cover, because you're forced to have super sampling on. So, this one it's showcasing essentially that enemies are coming. Now, one of the fun facts, we will be taking mission restarts. Not only does this give us full health, but it sets our positions to known locations, making it a lot easier to track where we are and be able to find where enemies are. So we now have to take out these purple enemies, as they represent the objective targets. But since we also have to get rid of the other enemies as well, you have to actually take that in consideration. Fun fact, because this was an indie developed title, which I guess is a good thing, good and bad on that one. Positive note is that adjusting resolution does change how big the hitboxes are to some degree, although it also makes it a bit harder to see. But you want to try to hybrid that with both offense and defense on that one. Said for this part, it's just more about getting the job done as fast as possible. We don't have any way to truly up other than just purely targeting things. You'll see me target some things with full volleys. This is purely to help with getting the opportunity to have more damage done, as we are basically in the not so much worst of them, because there is a worse frame, but it is one of the not so good ones. Yep, there we go. That there, round, target there, slowly move there, slowly align up, avoid the missiles. Now you may think this actually is pretty... The one fun thing about this run is that it does allow for a lot of actual improvisation, as no one's going to play perfectly on that one. As you can clearly see me not doing the best here. Fire all those there. It'll hit them. Yep, got it. And we're through the first mission.
So, boss, what's for dinner?
Look up in the corner, you can see who's talking on that one.
Lieutenant Colonel Morgan Akeen. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Esmeralda Ingrid, the captain of the USS Takao. I will be your mission control. Mitril is a private military contractor. Its major
I forgot one
stockholder
thing,
is a weapon
which is getting water.
manufacturer
So while y'all watching this
cybernetic
quick,
technology. We work directly under the Pentagon and the President of the United States Command. Okay, let's get to today's task. Today, General Cybernetic Tech is going to deliver the newest prototype battle frame, the GCT-X01, to us at Neo Ichi Colony. However, we are not the only kid in the block. Right now, the Children of Fallen Nation terrorist group is attacking Neo Aichi Colony. We estimated they'll use everything they have to get the prototype battle frame before we do. I'm confident that we will be able to beat them to the prototype. Once you're there, boot the machine with emergency startup and fight your way out. The other pilot now should be waiting for you in the cockpit. Please take good care of her.
back.
The USS Takao is a small Special Forces assault carrier, comparable in size to the USAF's own frigate. It's not designed for head-on engagements. We can carry up to 3 battle frames on board. We also have 2 transport helicopters, which can carry each a squad of elite ground operators. So you see, it's not just you. Everyone here is the best at what they do.
Pirates from Mithril, right? I am Professor Iwata, the lead researcher at Project Mirai. The startup sequence is nearly complete. Please wait a moment. With the assistance of technology, mankind will someday be able to more effectively share their feelings to one another. We will say that the boundary dividing our hearts and minds, hatred and conflict will all become obsolete. Enabling direct communication between technology and the human brain, and networking the human consciousness through such technology is the mission behind Project Mirai. The mission we at General Cybernetic Technology work to achieve. If we succeed, humanity, and thus society, will evolve together. We will enter this new era without weapons, without distrust, without conflict. Together, we can realize this dream as the future, the rebirth of humanity.
Probably audio a little bit because I have to grab some stuff. Anyway, we're now playing as Mirai. We'll see her for a while. We have to sit through a startup cutscene here, but since we actually do have the ability to still do things while waiting, I'm going to quickly start our missiles so we can start locking on. And now you get to see one of the best terror rod. We have a blade, aka the sword. Now what this helps is we can, as long as we target things, we can charge forward. What this really does is let us actually manually lock on and keep track of where enemies are. It's also one of the reasons why my sensitivity is actually so high. So I can actually track things fast. Consider Mirai like our Armoro character. Target here, that there, railgun here, they are everywhere, taking out all the enemies there. I know some are behind me. I'm going to lock on to them behind. To be able to target, lock on, pop there. Now, while we're waiting for this colony to open, we're going to quickly reload everything. Wait here. Wait till this starts opening. And then we're immediately going to turn around once it starts opening and boost backwards. We can immediately lock on. Lock on to enemy quicker. This allows us to immediately turn around to be able to get close to enemies, be able to track them. So think of Mirai as our like Armoro character. There. Now we have
Pirates on.
head
Please
towards
give Psychodrone a try.
certain enemies.
Psychodrone will attack.
Think of these like our drones for those Gundam fans. Yes, we have funnels.
Drones will help intercept incoming missiles.
Incoming enemy.
Don't really need to worry about the
There are 2
lock
large
on
squadrons
stuff.
of Mi-24 and a support for that ship. We want the USS Cacao to assist.
Mirai can handle this.
lock on there, swap there, target there, use our lock ons. Lock on there, target there. And so far we're just doing a lot of basic things, except we're using our blade for some things like movement. See me do a lot of that, because it's one of the coolest pieces of tech in the run. Up, lock on. Said we may not get auto lock-ons, but with the blade, we can use that to quickly close into enemies and sort of
Good work.
gain where they are, so we know where they, we are in relationship to enemies, which really does help.
Mirai, under your care. Please raise her to be a good person.
I'm normally actually playing with a slightly higher resolution.
You are always welcome on our
But
ship at any time, Professor.
this is more of taking the balance between getting some extra damage and visibility in a marathon setting.
That destroyer shouldn't be able to find us on radar, let alone engaging us from that sort of distance. It must be using a recon squadron for remote visual targeting. So far, all the shots have missed, but their aim is getting better. If Cacao uses weapons to take these battle frames out, our position will be compromised. We will break our silent run, crank out active jammer, accelerate, and shake them off.
Would you like Mirai to intercept them?
But right now, Mirai doesn't have any weapons.
The Psychodrone is still attached to its wings, right? That should be enough. And Pilotson, I mean, Mr. Morgan, will get accustomed to the Psychodrone better too. The GCTX-01 is the world's first fourth-generation battle frame. Its onboard AI reads the pilot's brainwaves, enhancing the control the pilot has over the frame. These brainwaves must be very strong and very focused. There are few who possess this strength of the mind. Mirai is the only worthy candidate I have found thus far. Humanity cannot progress if we cannot unite as one. We cannot trust our own species, because we build walls around our hearts and minds to protect ourselves from those who would seek to do us harm. But without trust, we breed only pride, greed, and hatred, which only creates more distrust. With this technology, we will dissolve these walls. We will create a world without boundaries.
I don't understand.
What is it, Mirai?
Well, no, it's nothing.
One nice thing about the complete editions, like the original,
When Mirai spreads her wings,
you actually have one benefit. You have the blade still. The original version did not give it, so there's also an achievement for killing everything with a blade. So this is the mission that, if you want to get it, this is the mission to do it. So we'll basically, our drones
There's another squadron.
essentially help with taking out things. They last as long as it takes to reload.
Psychodrone, so please avoid close-range engagement.
Yeah, well, we've got to take them out. So we gotta just not care about boarding close range.
if you're under attack from missiles, just release the target lock. Psychodrones could help intercept incoming missiles.
New hostile squadron has arrived. It's a large squadron of Mi-24.
I know I'm not saying much right now, but that's because I'm trying to let you all hear the lore. But essentially, in this instance, this is our that teaches us about psychodrones and how it can really use them for a lot of things.
All hostile battle frames in combat
For us,
area
we
neutralized.
tend to just use the
Enemy
blade
ship
to
has
be able
stopped
to
firing
help
ion cannon. Well done.
get to where we need to go and help with the psycho drones actually aiming directly for what we need.
Remember the last engagement. It appeared that those ion cannon volleys are fired from this. Celis Taurus, a critical asset of Children of Fallen Nation and the flagship for Jennifer Carrera, their second in command. Today, we'll sink the Celis Taurus and capture Jennifer Carrera, so please listen carefully. I am going to keep this brief as possible. Celis Taurus is a modified UCN's Keto-class destroyer. The main weapon is the ion cannon in the bow. There's 2 VLS systems located on the ship's topside, but what's most dangerous about the battle frames is the anti-air missile systems located on both sides of the ship. The good news is, the system will take a while to activate. The ship has the ability to track multiple airborne targets and intercept multiple missiles at once. We expect that its missiles interception system is almost perfect. There's a high chance you'll encounter Jennifer in her personal battle frame, a heavily modified M3. If you have to engage, we advise you to stay away from her machine gun range. That's all you need to know. I have to say this again. This is not an easy task. If the Air Force is the one doing this, they'll have to use an entire wing.
And so,
Professor Iwata is away at
what
his
we need
lab
to do
this
as far as
Hey, do we have to take Mariah out into combat? I know she's skilled, but she's just a kid.
It's okay, Morgan. I can do this. My father implanted my brain with the receptor chip. And I've been training in the simulator since I was very young. I was born to pilot this frame.
Your father? You mean Professor Iwata?
Don't worry. I am fully capable of protecting my co-pilot. I am ready to accomplish the task at hand.
She speaks as though she's more prepared for this than the soldiers over twice her age here. But she sounds so hollow, emotionless. Somehow I feel kind of sorry for this girl.
Like she said, she was born into this. She never had a choice, and she knows it. Let's just hope she believes in what she's fighting for.
Once the data reaches the internet, like anything else, it's there forever. World, hear my words. Despite all the societal collapse, there are still people alive on the surface. I grew up there. Life is really hard. The contamination left most of the population sterilized. So kids like me are the last generation of the surface born. Born shortly after the wealthy built their flying cities.
How are we supposed to get past that ion cannon?
The Takao is equipped with experimental cloaking technology. We can go invisible for a few minutes. The system generates tremendous heat, so there's a cooldown period after each use. Because of the heavy blizzard and barren landscape we're headed into, this is the perfect mission to put it to the test.
Isn't the target area deep inside UCN territory?
The target is miles outside any populated areas. Far enough when the terrorists think it's safe to hide in a large destroyer. We should be able to get in and out without any problems.
and so we're going in to take out a giant space. First things first, we're going to start flying toward swap our funnels, our tools, so we can actually
Right now, the Celis Taurus has only VLS and ion cannon active.
on all V.
If we take out those escort
Gonna
battle
do
frames
this,
first,
that way
the
we
job
can
will be much easier.
make it easy getting rid of all the enemies. I wonder why I'm actually getting all the enemies here. That is because we really cannot actually lock on to them the other way.
Interception system.
There are no weapons installed onto the ship's belly, right?
Affirmative, but engaging at close range is very risky.
All of the ship missile launchers are online.
This is where you start to see me actually really start aligning where my blade work is.
Well done. The ship's main missile systems are destroyed. Only the ion cannon is left. It'll focus more on the ion cannon usage, but don't worry.
As you can clearly see, just like how much camera control matters, just like how adjusting the hitboxes work.
approaching at hypersonic speed. Damn it!
So you start.
Jennifer was not on that ship.
You can clearly see it's just like it does take some time to get used to, but it is a huge difference from some stuff. Jennifer was not on there, and also check. Oh, that one there, but now we're taking a mission start, so we know exactly where she relationship to us.
One battle frame has done all of this.
5.
Jennifer has arrived. Do not
That
take
one
her
she'll
lightly.
be overall.
She's
5.
a confirmed ace. Morgan, keep the distance. Don't
That
let
one.
her in the machine gun range.
Funnels deployed.
Why we do this is so that Jennifer is quickly
Not yet. I am not
fired right there,
30%.
so it's a lot easier to target her.
Target battle frame is disabled. The pilot is safe. Main system will disengage from combat mode now.
You're fast.
You've done a very nice job last day. We've captured Jennifer Carrera. Right now she's being imprisoned in the highest security prison in CFN's Yokohama base. Our intel shows that Children of Fallen Nation has 4 commanders. We've captured 1, so there are 3 left. If we're
That
lucky,
one.
we're going to bag another one today. It appears that Children of Fallen Nation's number 3, Obana Takeshi, is assigned to take care of their supply base located here, Hong Kong Island.
I have to admit,
Hong Kong
we're
used to be
a
large economic center
game. They did
before
a
it sank
decent
by
job on the
rising sea
graphics,
level after the
although I
War
wish
of the Old World's
good
nation.
at
So there
eyes.
will be a lot of skyscrapers in
Because-
the flooded city ruins. The combat
Oh.
area is in UCN's territory. Although it's not populated and near the border,
If you
to
can
avoid
if you
encountering
can
UCN's force,
multi-strength
please
defense,
complete this mission and get
pull up in
out
a
of the
corner.
combat
I have
area
a
as
clip
fast
of
as
me
you can.
breaking the entire game just by changing a key. Yeah, that game a bit of a buggy state, but boy, we now have to hunt out Judgment.
See that huge crater over there? That was caused by a solar bomb, a very powerful type of nuclear weapon that brought about the end of the last war. A lot of nuclear weapons were used. This caused a rise in global temperature and sea level. Not so bad, right? Most of the populated areas are coastal plains. Turns out that the sea rising a few meters really did have an impact. You'll see what I mean when you get there.
I mean, how global warming
The
is.
ZX-03 Judgment is a stolen prototype battle frame. Its power is quite exceptional, and it serves as an important role for the future of the UCN weapons development. I wouldn't be surprised if the Russians were looking for it too.
Now, I will admit, this is when we first start to see how bad ground targeting can be.
System engaging combat mode.
Yeah, I'm targeting exactly on that one, but if you don't aim perfectly, you sometimes can't use the railgun. So you'll see me actually use a combination of missiles, railgun, and the normal guns just because it actually works. So we have to actually take out normal enemies too. That's more of a given of just using the blade.
Funnels deployed.
And again, swapping target area is really important just for quick hits, everything else like that. So how are you all doing today? Hopefully you're enjoying the marathon so far.
Incoming enemy formation confirmed.
That there. Lock on with that there so we can actually use our boot and our... well,
Funnels deployed.
Enemy
of course
reinforcements
it's that way.
detected. Prepare
So
to engage.
one of the nice things is that with the with the actual locking, the missiles that track, I forget the exact name, essentially that does let us actually target where we need to go and help determine where the missiles are going.
Obana Takeshi, 3rd rank.
Psychodrone is now usable. Is ready.
Now we're going to take a mission restart again. This is namely for making sure movement purposes, as knowing where the enemy is very useful.
Deployed.
Now we won't be in the actual saber except for getting close.
If Takeshi is captured or finished, only Barry, the first in command of the Children of Fallen Nation.
But you will see that every now and then, which is a blade missile volley, aka going in very close and launching an entire set of missiles at it at the same time. as if they can't dodge, then we can do a lot with it.
This battle frame focuses on protection rather than evasive action. I think you can use this.
As we do have a 3-hit combo, but it's more just like timing on that one to be able to go like this.
Enemy battle frame disabled.
So we can launch all 3 at the same time and have any hitbox overlap.
Battle frames coming at high speed. All of them are S-37 Terminators.
Spetnaz.
Gotta wait here for this part to go there. And luckily this game treats it as a checkpoint, so we can immediately where we are, so that way we know where the enemies are going.
Bridge command. I'll go down there.
Get rid of all these. For the next set hit there. Now all we have to do is take out Liliana here.
Not ZX-0
Think of her like the Char character. Because it can lock on perfectly, and one of the nice things about having this type of resolution, it's a lot harder for them to avoid actual the actual hitbox.
Not yet.
By having a bit of a headache, because
I think it's the moon that
I mean,
just shut down.
it's a reference to Gundam and Char and Armoros, like the mental connection.
No need to mark it as unknown.
Now we're just waiting around. We waited around a bit longer, Ingo would have showed up, but
One of their M1s and then go to the
sometimes you don't really need to actually wait if you finish early.
M3s that are kept there. This should be easy for you. Those slimy superpower nations waged war and turned the planet's surface to hell. Then they escaped to the sky, leaving many to die on the surface. It's our duty to bring justice to the world. We're the only ally of justice.
I will point out that one of the most interesting things with that is I forget what the reference is for the
last war
floating
isn't
city.
the only reason the surface is still uninhabitable. The Ascended Nations were being pretty economic with the truth. The surface reached its worst toxicity as soon as the Third World War ended. No matter what the media tells you, those hydrogen ion engines are not a clean, sustainable method of flight. The particles released into the atmosphere below are hazardous, and they're still accumulating. Once the surface atmosphere is too saturated, the particles will begin to rise. And when that day comes, not even the skies can save them from their sins. The wealthy will never sacrifice their personal comfort for mankind's salvation.
Have to.
And why not? Because they're not the ones paying for the damage they're doing. Their children are. What we're aiming to do is noble. We are saving the future of mankind from itself. Having to live a harder, shorter life for a few generations is the bitter pill that humanity has to swallow. It's the price our children will have to pay for the sins of their fathers.
Jailbreak time. Again, this is one of those times where we have to wait around for a beginning, so we're going to... Don't see it. Swap to... Fun fact, this game has a first-person mode. Don't use it because of limitations of that one. However, actually good for those that actually do. Now we're going to hold on to the missile lock-on, so we may start firing enemies. This is the Guardian. Another actual mech reference. If you're a Robotech fan, that is the name of the hybrid version.
Get out from the prison area first.
That one.
It's an army base outside. Wait until my men...
This is also the worst battle frame in the game. Because it does not have a boost, it also tends to hover upwards. Now to get rid of all these generators in order to be able to escape from it. This is the thing we have to really worry about. Yep. So, there's see just like how control in this mission is just a pain. Really want to try to loop around to have one of these last two things be fastest thing on that one, and sometimes preparing it is still a pain.
No need to engage.
But now I have to fly up here to get there, fly up, hold up to be able to get the stuff, and then immediately pass downwards so we can not get caught on the ceiling, caught on the wall. So close enough. Now we have to kill time before the enemy. Oh, as they said, they're going to basically going to hijack a few enemy frames, while at the same point busting Jennifer out. Not like that could affect things. What do you think, chat? Them stealing certain types of battle frames that other countries don't have, that can't affect anything, could it? But also one of the missions I detest the most, and there is a Steam achievement for beating everything on Prepare to Die mode. Fun fact, this was the last mission for that one that I had to beat. Mind you, this was before I decided to adjust for a lower resolution, as well as though some of the other things were reading, like what it is, like depth of field stuff, graphic setting wise, adjust things to make it a bit easier visual side of stuff. Fun fact for those in hunting, you have access to graphic settings. Try messing with them because that sometimes helps. But anyway, we're just gonna kill as many enemies as we can just because we got time to kill. And where I am facing is where the hangar is that we need to get to. Sadly, and I've tried a lot, if there's any ways to clip through it, I have yet to find a way. Even though, camera-wise, there is some stuff we can do with it, I cannot find anything for it.
Done.
And I don't know if the target point is there, if it's an active location or not. Anyway, this does count checkpoints, so we don't have to take a mission start. We also do immediately get to, essentially,
That's funny.
lock on the stuff on that one. Okay. Now we need to protect our comrades here, the blue targets. If they die, we have to restart the mission from the checkpoint. This is all about controlling your mech on that one. There. There, swap there. Notice that I actually did have exactly one shot left on my guns. Something you do have to pay attention to is that because if you don't notice it, you might think though that you're good to that it's reloading, and it does not. That there, lock on there to be able to help me find what there's enemy is that I need to go to. Yep, second phase. Now what I'm going to do is boost towards it. Back up slightly, and since they're flying right towards me, I'm going to take advantage of that by having them run directly into my gunfire. If they're not going to break up the formation until they get to me, it's just faster to take advantage of that AI quirk to be able to get rid of enemies. Remember, have access to moving backward to actually go backwards. Sometimes it actually is, especially if you can aim with it. Especially if the game's AI is going to be a little, let's say, dense on letting you do that. Then we'll launch some flares here. Really don't need them as much, since we're skilled enough to be able to avoid that there. If we lose our targets, then we have to redo this. Positive note, we only need at least one of them to survive. Which is a very good thing. Like I said before, part of the reason why in this particular resolution is, although it makes it a bit harder to follow some things, the benefit to it is that it has, well, let's just say, the added benefit of slightly so larger hitboxes. Because of that, it makes targeting a lot easier if it's a bit harder to track things. In fact, if it's going like this, I might swap in at one point and increase the sensitivity just slightly. Because it's that balance point. And normally I'm used to actually having it a bit higher where speed goes, but you take what you can get.
Wow, breaking things
That was
up
beautiful.
is truly your strong point.
Shut up!
It's a pain in the eye. Thank you for the good luck.
This is General George Reynolds from the 7th Fleet of the United States Air Force. Private Contractor Mithril, do you copy?
This is Lieutenant Colonel Esmeralda
This was at
Ingrid,
least
USS
expecting
Takao Mitro.
boxes
What is it,
there,
sir?
but larger target.
We have a civilian transport ship in low orbit.
May not seem like it would affect it, but larger target.
Said there's an alpha level VIP on board. The ship
So
is approaching our weapon satellite Patriot for an unknown
if you
mission.
actually have enough of a area, that really can be beneficial. Because you can see a bit here on that one. So some developers do not think about that, some do. I have seen some games running faster affect things. I believe there was a joke at one point that one of the Marvel games for PlayStation 5, because it was not designed for the specs and resolution of it, to be otherwise you could actually open up the Twitter option, so the Twitter Twitter thing on the system to immediately immediately break the game.
Do we have any updates on the Yokohama prison situation yet?
Unfortunately, sir, the prisoner, along with several M1 and M3 frames that were stationed there, have fled deep into UCN territory.
And I'm not sure if it's only bigger visually or hitbox-wise, but it feels like it is a larger hitbox on that one. And the reason I say that is when testing the Switch version, which does run at a lower resolution, it seems like you deal more damage. So the only thing I can equate that to is not just the size being larger, but the actual hitbox probably being larger. As normally you wouldn't think about it, but it's... I mean, it has to bring it in smaller, so depending on what the native resolution is of a game, that can affect when and how hitboxes are. I mean, if it's upscaling, it's making things bigger, but is it also changing the size of a hitbox?
Please, think about this for a moment. Yokohama Prison is a high-security facility. Forget about the UCN, sir. If we don't act now, who knows what the terrorist will pull next? We must strike.
One of the other reasons why I actually settings I do, as far as graphically, to help not only make the game run faster, but also change the amount of clouds that the game's forced super sampling creates. I mean, if you can take out some of the extra things that the game trying to recreate, like extra fog and stuff like that, it really does change things. Not just on games, but visibility as a speedrunner. You have to adjust from things as well.
Sir, I think we have a problem.
Haven't figured out we're rescuing Air Force One.
You remember what Professor Iwata said?
Generally the last I need.
Yeah, mostly. Though I don't quite
Protect Air Force One without it taking a single point of
merging people's
visually. The game does not show if it has taken a single damage until you get to a certain point in its health that it's taken damage. So this one really is a pain to actually get. So fun fact, you can rotate the actual frame.
But I think, wouldn't that be much easier if we just tried listening to each other?
stars, we're immediately going to turn around, because that's where Air Force One will come from in our first set of enemies that we go to. Waiting for a few seconds until part of this is spoken, so that way the enemies are loaded in properly. Because if we move ahead, that changes where they will spawn in. So that's like one of those things you would not think about, but there are ways to manipulate the spawn locations of enemies. There's a lot of ways you would not think about how you could manipulate things in a game like this, but considering that the game has default placements for enemies, you can actually manipulate that if you take into account your own movement. Follow Air Force One. Fun fact I did not know about until I had someone else have to learn this game for another marathon, or at least the basics. The ship only flies in a triangle shape. The first one only flies in a triangle shape, and it apparently flips around, though not naturally. So as long as we follow Air Force One, we can keep sight and know exactly where the next enemy spawn. I'll see if I can try to stow it. That one. It just flopped around without even trying. Sometimes the devs just, you know, especially for indie games, you do what you can do to make it run. That is one thing you gotta consider. Especially for all those game developers out there. That's one of the reasons why we're just hanging around it. So we can just protect it without having any problems. As you can see, like, we don't really, if Air Force One has taken any damage over on the thing, that you have to protect it through the entirety of the first part. Go for that there. And if I track of it, I just have to look for the circle with a yellow dot in the center. Again, we're just going to hang out here. Knock on all them. Throw a railgun. Everything. Couldn't tell if it took a hit or not. Hopefully it didn't. So I'll know after all said and done if I actually forget the... Go for that there. Gonna reload. Start holding it for the targets. There's Air Force One. I'll install those there. Fire out all those. Find Air Force One again. I'll drop some decoys just to actually see about trying to keep it alive, even though you don't have to worry. Just figure that way I can at least try to save some of it and try to at least see if I might be able to get the achievement to pop out of my own thing. Probably not with that one, considering how that went. Probably took some damage. You can see it doesn't show that it took anything.
You still can talk.
Loop through all that one, reload. I'll just hang out for the next event. Again, you got a railgun. Ah. Oh, there we go for that one there. Not gonna happen. Fine. Eh, it happens. It's one of those things that it's faster or that on casual just because of less chance of enemies. Reload, swap to our guns while we're waiting around. Swap to missiles, go to smart missiles. So we have everything set up to prepare for the next set of enemies. hang out. Like I said, should spawn behind Air Force One instead of in front of this guy.
Incoming squadron of high-performance battle frames and a combat support ship. It's a USS Manhattan class LCS ship. Morgan, attract both the
So
ship
I go
and
like
the battle
this.
frame's attention. The LCS ship has a railgun installed. Don't let it target the Air Force One.
Up there, move there, move there. Check radar. Notice where the smart missiles are going. This way to actually track things. Can't remember where something is. For missiles to help with tracking. That's the easiest way to help with tracking, especially when you can't track, is to for actual missiles.
Unit destroyed. The escorting mission is a success.
We just
Sir,
have to
we'll
chill.
escort you to the 7th Fleet waiting at the rendezvous point.
Gentlemen, I've got bad news. Patriot has started the launch sequence.
Smart missiles ready.
Now we're going to take a mission restart. And now we spawn in front of the Patriot.
You've got 5 minutes until Patriot will fire. Patriot has a solar bomb warhead, the weapon that destroyed Earth's
Target here.
30 years ago.
Target our stuff here. Our blade. Lock on closely. Deal some more damage. And proceed to actually lock on and start making sure that that is the target we choose. Since there's a lot of enemies around here and we only need to take out the Patriot, it is faster to make sure that we are targeting the correct enemy. Now, one positive note about this is that there is one piece of lore here that I sadly won't... Oh. I can sort of maybe give you a second on it. Let me check and dodge some enemies quick. See what I'm at currently for that one there. Yeah. I'll let you all hear the little bit of lore. It has to deal with the actual battle frame we are using.
The second warhead is locking onto target. Manila.
As I'm good enough to dodge everything on that one.
All of our Pacific colonies are targeted.
Also with this, I said having a larger hitbox does help, and does deal more damage. I'll have to note that for doing the ILs with this. See that basically there is one hit left. So we're just gonna hold here for now. Essentially what the little bit of info is find out that the Arai's actual battle frame is powered by a nuke. She's willing to actually sacrifice herself. It's not mentioned anywhere else, and since we're trying to show all cutscene and bits of lore, might as well let y'all hear that a little bit. This also has one of my favorite tracks in the game. Here. I'll end it if we truly take more damage, but got everything under control right now. And I'm hoping to save time on one of the other missions. I can just chill here.
2 minutes remaining.
You can see it's all targeting out stuff on that one.
New York City, Philadelphia, Boston, Washington, D.C.
Here we go.
Explosion's radius now covers the entire country.
Hope.
Estimated casualties.
Full version of this was actually the original theme for the game.
Morgan, GCTX-01 is a nuclear-powered battle frame. We have a reactor. If we're not going to make... Will you sacrifice? Me?
She's
No.
waiting for your answer, sir.
It's not gonna happen, Mirai. We're gonna stop that thing right here, right now. We're gonna knock it clean out of the sky.
Patriot destroyed. You've saved the world today.
GRU has intercepted the message that there will be a terrorist attack here tonight.
We are detecting 3 unidentified transports bound to dock at the city's port in 5 minutes. The energy emission is close to that of a reactor. Presence of WMD is highly possible.
You sure it's not a space elevator reactor?
We have a Kula squadron in Bangkok too. Give them a call.
And now we are playing as the actual Russian side of the
The Bangkok 2 colony is
Meaning,
located in the middle of the sea,
the remaining
hundreds of
actual-
kilometers south of the now submerged
well,
city
some of them.
Bangkok. This colony is the only stop between the Temasek orbital elevator and the UCN mainland colony, located in the north. The city is inhabited by people local to this region, but because of its strategic importance to the UCN, it is currently under Spetsnaz protection. Even after the powers in this region were defeated in the last war, they still maintained respectable economic and industrial strength. Not long after the Temasek orbital elevator was built, the nations of Southeast Asia, China, and Russia merged to form the UCN.
Either going to boost forward, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Need to boost towards here. I'll add, one of the nice things about this is it does make things a lot smaller and a lot closer together. So it does save time. Now we just have to wait here. This is one of those games where resolution does matter. No joke. Something to actually consider for speedruns, for those actually that runs games that allow you having a dynamic resolution.
Take care of those tanks in civilian airport. Do not let them harm the civilians. Enemy riflemen in the terminal. Send in the Spetsnaz Alpha team. We are declaring state of emergency.
So, again, one of those things not think about how important it can be. Gonna hang around here, swap over here. We could go forward and run there, but there's some that are going to spawn closer to us. This actually makes it a bit easier to that one. Hey. M3s. Huh. So didn't we have to deal with them earlier? I wasn't there a mission where we piloted them? And wasn't there a mission where some were hijacked? Of course, this is exactly the reason why they were hijacked. The Fallen Nations did to actually make it look like the US is attacking. It's not a good thing. However, sadly, we don't have the actual blade to help with things, so we just have to take it as it is. The last transport, which is down here. Gonna move there as fast as we can. Like that from a distance. Sadly, there is no way to speed this section up, so we have to wait the 5 minutes. The only thing we really can do is try to minimize the amount of reinforcement when they show up. That's namely because we don't want to have they spawn in time frames and depending on how many are killed. So I want to try to minimize that and have them spawn as possible, or at least get rid of them fast enough so that way whatever is remaining is less than what would need. Essentially, we're trying to maintain damage control here, so that way when it gets to the time where we can finally end the mission, there's not that many left, so we can just skip through the ending of it. And you can Sadly, one of our squad mates, has to deal with attacks there. Sad on that one. Again, it is one of those things you would not expect, just like how much certain things like resolution affect stuff.
Enemy's reinforcements have arrived. Prepare to engage.
Next time I'm going to have to actually test out to see whether or not I should readjust the control scheme for it back, because I've got a second. There we go. Much better. It's still not used to actually playing with this bit of resolution change. It's one of the more recent pieces of tech I found when trying to optimize this. Wondering how I found this game sale. When it's on sale, it's about like $1, and it is very good. Something I highly recommend trying out.
Enemy's reinforcements have arrived. Prepare to engage.
Reasons why I decided to speedrun it was found that someone had done a speedrun on SRC, and the note said that it was far from optimized. So I'm like, this seems fun. So sent them a message like, hey, what haven't you tested out, that kind of stuff. Because one of the things I really like to do is speedruns. They're like, nothing really, so like, okay, I've got free reign for some stuff, so that's what I did. And I've really enjoyed it. Speedrun, because it's very technical, yet at the same point has enough, like, stuff where it's just like, you could optimize a lot, but you're never going to really play perfectly. Just of having to manipulate movement and your momentum and everything like that. Like for this, like I'm going to adjust how I move, the way I move, because tech games, it's sort of like a hybrid of thinking like a third-person shooter, a jet, and a vehicle. If that makes sense. And I'm actually happy that I'm getting to show this game off. The estimate of like 3 hours usually off, because they think it's like, oh, this has to be a really, really, really long game. And it can be. But at the same point, it's also one of those good long runs that you don't feel it being long. And if you can play decent well, it's faster than that. However, for Prepare to Die mode, that's a different story. Lock on there. Hope to, at this point, spawn the last set of enemies just for let us spawn them like around, sooner versus later. That way we don't have to deal with them at the very end. That there, target there. We don't have a sword, sadly, with our friend Akala 3 here. And whenever you see turning around, this is purely to help with aiming purposes, as you do have a 180-degree turn button, but that is 180 degrees based on angle. So if I'm like facing downward, then the 180 will be a pure turning upward. And hope. Bomb there, manipulate there. Start lock on. Now. Get him? No. Yep. That there, the target. Lock on there. Railgun it. I'll go look for some more enemies. One problem with any of the city is that sometimes they will go underneath the city, so you have to be prepared to look and find them. Right now, you're actually trying to target them. Goes there. Perfectly. Fine there. Down here is the last one. Perfectly, well, one of the last one. Notice that I don't use the the actual weapons lock, weapons wheel. That's just because it takes time. Let's see if I can find it on the radar. Nope. So that means I just look for wherever my fellow AI, game's AI is, so that way I can try to follow it. Sometimes if you're lucky, they will actually end up getting enemies. Sometimes you do have to rely on them for some things.
The Americans will pay, my comrade. They will pay.
NORAD HQ to Orbital Elevator Defense Command. We detect hundreds of bogies heading your way. Please verify.
That's very funny, NORAD. Hey.
Let me see that. What the?
They must be doing an orbital drop.
The only possibility is that they made it in when we turned off the orbital defense grid during the fight with the Patriot.
You gotta be kidding me. The orbital defense grid was only offline for about 10 minutes.
This cannot be just mere coincidence. All units be advised, we're detecting a terrorist attack.
No, this is a Spetsnaz strike force comprised of motherships.
Luckily, it is not that many enemies.
Give me information about our force.
They
in the
put
combat area.
way too many enemies.
We have 7th Fleet Special Operation Battleframe Squadron, call sign Skull.
And?
That's all we have.
Skull Squadron.
Aren't we supposed to be an ace squadron? We actually have 4 members this time?
Glad to meet the rest of Skull Team at last.
A woman, holy shit. Wow. Good to have you on board.
Watch your manners, kid.
I will point out,
No.
if you're a Robotech fan or a Macross fan, this is the mission that made me realize the actual reference. I thought it was already with Skull 1, but nah.
At least a dozen times their number.
Really? What happened? They fend them off?
Nope, they all died.
Oh. Well, thanks for that timely bit of trivia. I feel much better now.
But, so, 5 here actually has some... Hey, it's got a sword. But this actually has the ability to transform. Which is why I said it is a huge Macross reference. It's a bit harder to note where the enemies will spawn. A bit random here. You get moved, it changes exactly where they will spawn. We'll add that when played with high graphics settings, this game is a lot more, is very pretty. Well, thank you now, because this actually makes this battle very, very, very fun. Although I cannot go too low, and that the dome type thing you've seen on some things, some of the missions is essentially an out of bounds. It's not an automatic mission loss, it's you slowly take damage until you get back in. So essentially it is one of those things that you can survive going out from there. It's just have to try to avoid it. And this particular mission we cannot go too low. Gravity. Will see me actually use the transformation ability here and there. Can actually, if done properly, can transform, and use that in combination with other things, be able to transform as well as your blade in tandem. As you'll clearly see right here, here, and here. That essentially we're going to combine some of this stuff together. And if the enemy goes way too low, then we cannot follow them. We have to rely on our allies. Because listening perfectly for that one so that you don't get caught by gravity yet at the same point don't get don't fall down gravity, while also not. Essentially, it's a balance between not dying and something in target range. I will admit, this is one of the actual missions where I would be inverted X and Y, inverted Y, because I'm used to flight games actually using that different setup, but because of how we battle frames more than the flight mode, because it's the only one, it's just faster to actually keep it normal. There we go. You have to keep towers here from getting to 30%. If it gets to 30%, then we fail the mission. There, now we'll have more enemies. Up. And then we're gonna just... There. Once those there, apparently take some hits there. Now we can't do a blade dash unless we have the ability to dash our boost. Fun fact, in the original game you did not have the blade dash. You did, however, have a slowdown time, a bullet time setup type thing. I'll take the blade dash over bullet time any day. I'll take that over there because it helps a lot. Fly this way. There. Lock onto missiles. Slowly let that go. That there. Them there. Check radar. Which I will add. Radar is okay, but not good in a full 3-dimensional space. Shows what's around you. Not in the depth or not in a full vertical style thing where you would like it. Enemy went low, so I am not going down there. Because dying there is very fast. The point of where if you do not pull up immediately, you are seriously running the risk of dying. There. There. Again. Up there, turn around there. Start blocking on and trying to find the next set of enemies. There he is. Is he, her? They are. Like that there. Load, and wait for the next set of enemies. Going so far.
Heroes-class destroyer. Its anti-missile system is very strong.
Missiles very strong, yes. But you have a strong blade. May look like this is the only major target, but unlike some missions, not the only target that we need to get rid of. See just like how sometimes the hitbox can be a bit finicky with this. So we're going to actually use that to our advantage. Be able to actually align ourselves to be able to have that blade hit multiple times. Like that. And we're through. Just to show what I mean. At this point here, I would have already, crashed. Luckily, I have... Question? Ah, lava. Apparently not! So, yeah. I could just skip to the next mission, but I'm not sure if there was anything else left, lore-wise. And I've got a bit of time, so... Just to show you what I mean there, and that technically... Let's call that a cutscene. Let's call that a cutscene, shall we?
Keep focus, don't get lost, and don't get yourself killed. That's all you need to accomplish this. Oh, right, you're using the brand new M5 Viper. It can change to flight mode and has a laser sword, too. You can thank me later. M5's flight mode will allow you to travel long distances without having to use boosters. Try it.
Bring that off.
Battle frame mode, I think you guys are already used to it. You can switch between battle frame mode.
It's actually rare for you to die outside of battle. In fact, that's the that's never happened before, so yay. But it's all in the estimate.
Radar contacts. It's the enemy.
Go for it. It's not that much. And had to show that one off. I mean, I did speak about it in this mission, okay? So it wouldn't be proper if I didn't show it.
More contacts approaching. Command the battle frame pilot.
Oh, gonna just get rid of them as fast as we can. Luckily, this is early on. That should hopefully be the only death. Call that more of an educational than anything else. It's like how when a mission does not have a checkpoint, it can cost you time. Going like that. Target there. And you can just see why I did not fly too low. And for any enemies that got too low, I let my allies take them out. For some reason, they don't have to deal with gravity, and you do. So, like down there, I could go for it, but it is very, very, very risky. Yeah. I technically had everything done on the mission, so I could have continued. Just left it, just used the select, but best to just showcase what I mean. My allies. Here, like, I have to actually to myself just so I can aim without having to go too low. Where they are, it is very low, and I wish that they would actually have to take the gravity as well. But they get to be on it. That's a bit of a time loss here because we need to actually... Good. See immediately just like how much that can immediately affect things. Because we have to fly upward, that time to reload. Transform, then untransform, and actually just be able to get there, have the speed from the fighter mode. Wouldn't think it's actually good, but it actually is very good for closing in that are far away. If you're also fast enough, you can do that. One of the more advanced tech. As you can see, just like how if I was not keeping those enemies, how I can immediately lose the targeting. Gonna be running away, but I'm there. Lock on there, there, swap there. Hopefully, that, unlike the gravity side of things, being in space is not an automatic death. In that case, you actually do have time to get back in bounds. Now we just gotta take out the other enemies again.
We're detecting another Kirov-class ship.
Kirov-class destroyer. Its anti-missile protection
There we go.
is very strong.
Maybe try blading it. It's gonna be really risky, though.
Just immediately see like how much damage a missile volley with that. You'll see me that when I can align it perfectly. Because being able to save time immediately on damage is, it piles up. And there we go. Not that much of a time loss.
Like it? It's kind of tough to pilot, boss.
Since in this case you use camera versus other stuff.
Emergency. The Americans are sending a strike fleet into our homeland. They're coming through the Bering Strait. We have small friendly fleet defending the area, but without reinforcements, they're going to be overwhelmed. You are to scramble to the combat area immediately.
Hi, everybody watching again.
From enemy attack, and Colonel Andy will penetrate
This
the center
edition.
of enemy fleet with overbooster and destroy the fleet's flagship and her escort.
Overbooster. Another actual reference to anime with Auto Panic.
From scratch, specifically for you.
Now we're playing as Juliana. Immediately tossed into things. Gonna fire those immediately. Don't have the ability to transform. And we lose the ability to use our railgun with timing actual blade. But I mean, it's possible, it's just timing is a lot more tight here.
It won't be long before Colonel Andy obliterate enemy's fleet.
Mission acknowledged. Protect the defending fleet.
So we're going to be using our missiles here. Help with targeting. Enemy are actually a bit faster because, of course, back end everything with the color red.
Yes, sir.
Thanks to the whole Gundam references with Shard, the Red Comet. Fun fact, the next mission is actually called Red Comet. So we're basically playing the equivalent of Shard there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know if you'd count it as Shard or whichever one would have the heavy missile. Well, heavy giant laser.
Roger. Lieutenant Juliana, we've always admired you. It's an honor to fight by your side.
Gonna lock on here, lock on the targets, fire those there, there, swap there, up and over here. Lock on to multiple targets. If we're good enough, we can lock on, hit an enemy, and then immediately go towards the next enemy. With Juliana, you can aim for the firing railgun at the same time as your blade strike, but it's a lot harder on the timing. Juliana sadly does not have a combo. There we go. Now we just have to wait around for an enemy squadron.
Ship is still there. Thank you very much, Lieutenant.
We did it! Hey, I'm going to propose to my girlfriend where
So,
Lieutenant, we detect multiple crafts.
that's what I like to call a death flag.
Everyone else except Lieutenant Juliana's squadron, please evacuate from combat area. Enemy reinforcements comprise of 2 LCS ships. They're targeting our flagship. We need your assist.
I actually end that early, but that's the first time I've ever seen that. I'll have to practice that again.
These guys are ace pilots. You have to fully concentrate on the dogfighting.
Box that back and see how I managed to get that one done early. That there, swap those there. Slowly do that there. Put them there, fire that there. Lock on perfectly and control our momentum. First, we're gonna bring them live.
Keep paying attention to your surroundings. Don't let them bait you. If you focus and keep following only one battle frame,
Get them all.
machine will flank and kill
Got it all.
These guys are masters of squadron.
Now we're just gonna wait it out.
Get to the enemy's flagship. We've marked it on your HUD. The overbooster won't last long.
Not gonna last long, and it is a pain in the ass.
The particle cannon is meant to be used as an
Gonna
anti-ship weapon, Colonel. Don't
that
waste
there.
it in dogfights. You won't hit battle.
Overbooster here is a pain. Roll. Makes us very, very, very slow. But we get the ability to destroy ships and stuff like that.
All units, be advised. The red machine is approaching the flagship at 3 times the speed of the others.
Go like this, slowly move here. Fire that there.
Let's see.
Our funnels. Oh,
One cruiser and 2 destroyers.
not going to funnels. The actual giant laser on this one because that's limited on ammo. Not so much ammo, but it takes a long time to reload.
Negative, Colonel. Enemy ships are able to evade ion cannon. You'll have to sink those frigates after you're done with the 3 captain ships. Overbooster will be exhausted in 1 minute, Colonel.
Once the overboost is on, I'll be happy.
Yes, Colonel. Let's start by focusing on not getting yourself killed first. You'll have to give
Yep.
those humans 2-rank promotion.
Want to actually make sure we hit that as fast as possible with dips on that one. If we miss a target there, it takes a lot more time lost than I want to admit to be able to kill those things. Let's see the difference in just firepower versus doing that.
30 seconds left.
Battle frame squadron, kill that red Terminator.
Yeah.
Secure off class destroyer Dominion. I'd like to request an additional minute be added to our ETA into the
Yep.
combat zone. We cannot
Now you'd think, okay, this means that we can use the giant laser things, but there's still some stuff we need to get rid of.
Andy will be killed by then. You have to arrive within given ETA.
But that means, in this case, as long as we provide some proper movement, we can get rid of enemies fast.
Colonel, you can sink enemy LC
As
with only one shot.
one shot versus multiple shots really does make a difference.
You know there's a toilet installed under your seat, right? Just enable the autopilot and use it. Now there's no time. Better to make a mess of my suit than get shot down.
Gonna fire as much stuff as we can. A lot of the enemies are targeting just us. Like the battle frames, it is faster to just try to not move. As let them come to us. As we have a lot of armor here, so it is a lot easier to just stay alive in a sense. If we're lucky, we'll finish before they get here. Target them. Said we want to try to get rigs as fast as possible. Not a guarantee always you can get it. As Juliana with an actual blade makes it a lot easier for tracking purposes.
Hull damage is at 30%. Hardpoint 4 reloaded and ready.
Go for there. There. Up there.
The enemy has lost all of their major ships. However, those
Fire that there.
still pose a serious threat to you.
Put that there. There. Okay, what's left? There's one left.
Hardpoint 4, reloaded and ready.
All surviving forces.
Okay, we made it just in time. If we had taken too long, we would have heard the allies like, "Hey, thought you wouldn't make it in time," but we did.
Third Fleet has retreated to their base in Yukon, Alaska. To prevent them from launching a second strike, we're going to destroy the base facility before they recover their frontline combat unit, forcing them to retreat even deeper into Canada. This will buy us time on the North Pacific battlefront. The element of surprise is critical to this mission. You're going to maintain a low altitude, approaching the base through the canyon. Once you destroy all of the base's long radar sites, we'll cancel the altitude restriction, and you're clear to wreak havoc on enemy base. This mission will commence at 1600 today. Eat, shower, rest, and make yourself ready for the operation. I'll have the dinner waiting for your return. We've got beef stroganoff, grilled salmon, and vanilla ice cream tonight.
Sounds good, except for the salmon, because I'm not a fan of it. Get the actual ability to have choices here. Andrea or Yuliana. Well, Andrea. Because we want that giant laser for the beginning.
How many times do I have to tell you?
Also, since we have to destroy a lot of on-the-ground targets, won't really blade as much.
Don't worry, Juliana. Everything will be fine. I can manage this.
It's not fine, sir. That will slow down your reaction time. If you keep doing this, you'll get yourself killed. We battleframe pilots have to react and decide in a split second. And just that one drink will make it impossible.
So you got scolded by your genetic daughter, Colonel.
You could say that, Anton. Although I have not adopted her yet. Still feeling somewhat awkward to think that I'm old enough to have a teenage daughter that's mature enough to serve as a battleframe pilot. Still, I feel she's too young to be sent out to the battlefield.
She's 16, but she has the physical capability of an Olympic swimmer, Colonel. Her battleframe piloting skill test score is even higher than most veteran squadron commanders. Besides, she's the only UCN pilot other than you that can pilot a Generation 4 battleframe.
Would it not be better if she lived, a normal life?
I think she prefers to protect her comrades, rather than being the one that's protected by others, Colonel. Thanks to your genetic inheritance, she has the chance to make this choice.
That we'll be using Andrea here.
Commence mission.
Hopping to here. This mission has one of my favorite little things in run.
I'm glad that you're here anyway, Colonel.
Check out these radar sites. However, it does also have some RNG into it as far as the ground targets go. Gonna go like this, fire here, move here, reload there, and because of the altitude restriction, this is why I know that some stuff would be possible if we can find a way to do it.
Hardpoint 4, reloaded and ready.
And clip through there.
Funnel ready.
Time the target there, but just that there. Now we finally have the altitude restriction lifted. We have to take out all these ground targets.
We'll now proceed to destroy the main base's facilities. Enemy battle frame. Wait.
Rid of all the ion, all the ground targets.
There's the Violet Reaper and the Red Demon.
Reaper.
You mean the one that shot down the entire Black Knight squadron? Focus your fire on that.
There, move there. Take out all these ground targets. See, positioning is so key. Actually targeting all the ground targets.
The UCN just happen to have 2 pilots that can use 4th generation battle frames.
Part of the reason, as I said, that we're using Andrea here is for the beginning part of it, because we don't really need the blade from Ileana. Load. Here to take out the ground targets. See, want some of that there, decoys. Have to take out all these individual targets. As you can hear, clearly hear the game tell you that there's going to be that we have to stop them from launching ICBMs. I think that so. There. There. Lock on perfectly on that one. As I said, it can be a pain to target something. All about tracking. Left just there. Perfectly. It looks like I did not get the luck to save some time. That I mean, there is a target towards the second phase of this. It is a lot here as far as positioning goes. As if we immediately set this up, because the farthest target is up here. This up.
You have to destroy all of the ICBM controllers located under the base structure. We'll mark all of them on your radar. Sir, the ICBM launchers aren't responding.
Back there.
Go shut down the launchers manually.
Set these up to be able to get rid of them as fast as possible.
There's not much time left. Hurry!
So we have to position things perfectly. This is without going too low, because if we go too low, the water effects make it hard all hell to see, just like that. So we want to target to the correct things. Slowly.
1 minute left.
That's why you want to try to get lucky enough to be able to be down here with that. Because the targets are random, you literally want the last one to be down there. Okay. Targets. Here, okay. I might add, there is no checkpoint in this mission. Gonna play it nice and... Not the best, not the worst. Now we're just... They thought we were, now they are. That ideally you want the last target to be over there so it's a bit easier. Now we just need to accept all these. So we'll just move here and slowly target them again. And all the stuff we've got. Up on the missiles as much as we can. And just let's take them all out nice and easy. Because of the fact that, like, the enemies can still block us, make it a lot harder to see. It's more about just making sure we take out the enemies that we do more than anything else. And using a giant laser for them is just way too much overkill. Why we're just intercepting the missile only. And there we go. Yay, we saved a lot of lives. Okay. You're annoying me.
We're going to have you take on this emergency sortie, Colonel. The Americans are sending their trump card, the high-speed orbital attacker unit. It's heading to our base in Vladivostok. You are going to intercept them. The HSOAU has very exceptional agility for its size, and its ability to attack with beam weapons from low orbit make it a perfect fortress destroyer. That's why we have to intercept it before it reaches its destination. If we let that thing arrive at Vladivostok, they're going to be annihilated. They will be expecting interception. They'll be prepared well for the fight.
Again, resolution for this actually does matter for making things smaller. It begs the question of why the actual modern upscaling affecting run.
Juliana, you know about the HSOAU, right?
Yes, Colonel. It's built by a joint effort between the UCN and the CFN. The chassis, engine, and control system is all American technology, but its weapon system is ours. It's the first step of U.S. President Sean Soloway's plan to knit a closer relationship between the UCN and CFN. It's designed to need both governments' authorization to activate. Therefore, the U.S. government holds the key of the engine, and our government holds the key of the weapon. Yet they don't hesitate to use it against us as soon as we are at war with each other.
So it's equipped with Russian weapons. That means they will have particle shields and rely heavily on beam weapons, right?
Yes, sir.
I will admit, since we have choices, we'll be using Giuliana for the next
The company that manufactures weapons
few
for
missions
HSOAU
that we have a choice
is the
with
same company
for
that
characters.
created Judgment and Zaftra.
And what if they cannot
Because we want the
break a
Blade
weapon
Dash.
code?
They'll have to go
I'm
without
saying
using the
this
weapon originally installed in
the
the chassis.
prototype here
It's still
is
possible that they'll install a makeshift weapon system at an external weapon station.
fast. When they say fast, they mean really freaking fast. This was the mission that I used to try to explain stuff earlier. So we're gonna go in close.
So that's the part of peace, huh?
This is too ironic.
You sense the red demon? Oh, this will save us time.
Reloaded and ready.
Now. That it lock on things.
Look is on your side. It appears that the target is showing
This is more of just a, you want to keep that lock on range no matter what. You just want to swap for your weapons as much as possible. That's because if you don't manage to do that, this mission can, let's just say, go south pretty fast. Now we have to take out some enemies that just showed up reinforcements-wise. For random reasons. That one there. We're just going our Blade Dash. And finish this one.
Not bad. Skedaddle in
Style.
Cheers for the rush. Want to go at it? To support both offensive and defensive operation, UCN scheduled to launch a new prototype orbital weapon. All details of this weapon are confidential. The launch will be done by using mass driver at Eastern Siberia Space Station. That exposes it to attack by the United States Air Force. However, we cannot postpone the launch. It appears that the enemy knew about this mass driver and the launch schedule. They're sending strike force that will arrive at the target area in a few minutes. We think their mission objectives are to capture the prototype weapon and make the mass driver unusable.
What is the prototype weapon, sir?
We cannot tell you that, Lieutenant.
I don't know what it is, but it is a ship type thing.
Good afternoon. You're listening to Evening News on the People's Radio. Today we have an interview with UCN Prime Minister Leonid Zardanov. Prime Minister, thank you for being with us today. So we're officially in the New World War.
No. I do not think this has or will escalate into a conflict of that scale. There are some skirmishes on the northeastern border we share with the CFN. And we're doing quite well in the battle so far. This is to my surprise, due to the difference in sizes of deployable forces in the combat area. But our defense forces are able to hold their ground. That should give us enough time to mobilize enough combat forces into the region so we can contain the situation.
So you're saying that we're aiming to de-escalate the situation by holding talks with the CFN?
We still want to cooperate with them. If they want to collaborate with us to create a peaceful world, we're more than glad to help. But unless Americans change their foreign relationship approach, it will be impossible.
What do you mean by their foreign relationship approach?
We cannot accept what we witnessed with the Bangkok 2 colony attack. Considering how close Bangkok 2 is to the Temasek orbital elevator, This is a disrespect we will not tolerate.
U.S. Vice President Orville L. Johnson stated in today's press release that the United States has no connection to the Children of Fallen Nations terrorist group, and the U.S. is not responsible for the terrorist attack on Bangkok 2 colony. The Congress authorized offensive military campaign in response
you know
to
that
UCN's
they did
strike
steal
force attack
things.
on Ecuador orbital elevator, which is putting almost half of the world's population into great risk. Meanwhile, U.S. President Sean Soloway hasn't yet made any media appearance since the beginning of the war.
We'll be using Ileana here again just for tracking purposes. Although Andrea having the giant laser does help with the first section, but is going the second section. But let's just see that in a bit.
Combat ships also use this gas in their reactors.
So both R and their government decide to put millions of lives at risk by attacking each other's orbital elevators, and then declare war at each other? Why are people in power so stupid? Can't nations just get along and trade and try to understand each other? To think that so many people have sacrificed their lives for us.
Juliana, stop. We are professional combat operators. Do not let hatred overtake your mind. Whatever your reason to fight, never let hatred fuel you.
Colonel.
Now we just need to check this. I'll point out one of the other nice things about the graphic setting I'm using is there is a lot less cloud cover here.
Right.
I want to be able to see that easier. Again, super sampling is a pain in the ass some days. Especially when it decides what it wants to copy. Now, head towards the end. And we want to take out the transport planes because they will be trying to drop things around and we need to care about them. Now, Andrea here, it actually does make this section a bit faster, but at the same point, it also makes the second part a bit harder. So we're just going to take these out as fast as we can. Also, where you can just needing to actually align stuff up. The closer we are, the more damage we can do. Gonna take it out as fast as we can. Load, reload, head towards the next set. Why we're taking out the transport planes now, so that way we don't have to deal with the actual tanks they drop. And you can see just like how much just positioning matters in this. We go for that one there, we'll reload. Start heading towards the last set. Over here. See here. Fun fact, there is a Steam achievement for completing this before they drop things. A bit harder to do. Especially since it's a bit more all about targeting. As you can clearly see, if I don't target properly, I can get caught on the wing. Since you just take the extra time.
Enemy transport planes are deploying airborne tanks.
Ideally, you'd want to finish them before they do this, but it's not as bad if you have to actually take them out. As they still get taken out pretty fast. Got them all? If we get that in there, did we? Yep, we did. if you did not take the time to get them all, the game would tell you that you have, to try to protect them as fast as possible. A fun fact, a lot of the named pilots are people that helped with the Kickstarter for this. Although I have to say, you may not like the game that helped with showcasing that games could be able to do that one. But hey, Mighty Number 9 did at least provide some powerful things. That.
All enemy ground forces neutralized.
Took them long enough to say that.
You copy.
Roger that. The SSTO is on the elevator and moving to the mass driver. Transport ship moves to mass driver. Preparing.
Now we're just gonna hang here.
This ship is
Get rid of all
much
these
smaller
enemies
than
now, because we have to.
that prototype weapon is contained in that.
We're going to protect it until it leaves the mass driver and climbs to its...
And I will try to point out some of the some of the actual references. Danger Rangers, not sure on that one. My guess is maybe Thunderbirds. It sounds like old Thunderbird stuff. Although, if you recognize a reference I don't get, let me know in chat. Gonna do that there. Get them all.
Hardpoint 4, reloaded and ready.
Nope. Got them all. Now we just get to wait around. Oh, wait, one left. They got it. That's good. Now we just have to wait a little bit at a time.
Reloaded and ready.
So we're just gonna chill here. We'll be taking a mission start again, just so we can set it up for the next set of enemies. It was actually fun to test out all of the little things to see where stuff actually does and where it actually requires. What you can and can't skip. To look at the other thing for how I got a time save in one mission earlier, but I've never really had it to where like you could skip some of the ending things. But that's good thing. There it goes. The wild blue yonder. Now we're going to take a restart. That we know where the enemy is. Gonna line ourselves up with this. Go on, target there. There. Getting close, and of course use our blade to lock on a target. Because save time. That one. Save time, rewind. No, we can do a lot more. We're taking it easy on you. You. Okay, where are you? Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, it is the end, sadly, for you.
We're going to disable UCN's Eastern Siberian Space Center located
Robot
here
game. Did not
on
know.
Although the Space Center's defense is slightly damaged from the unsuccessful USAF raid a few hours earlier, it is very likely they've mobilized reinforcements to defend the base. I expect that we're going to encounter many mass-produced...
Bit of a love letter to mech fans.
USS Takao is flying to Japan Gulf, and we shall commence this at 1500 today.
Miss Esmeralda, may I ask one question?
Yes?
Do we really have to do this?
What do you mean?
This isn't a peacekeeping operation anymore. taking part in the invasion of another country. Do you really think this kind of behavior will lead to peace?
Mirai, we're the most competent combat unit available to the CFN. If other units take on this assignment, not only the risk of the mission failure increases, there will be unnecessary casualty on both sides. Besides, deciding what to do is not our responsibility.
Is that what we are? Blindly following orders? Going out there and killing people without a reason?
I thought you were against drinking between missions. What happened?
It's okay. I'm not the one risking my life piloting battle frames going into the battle or something anyway.
Oh, I see. So you got into a fight with Mirai, huh?
Not really. She reminds me of myself when I was younger. Believing she can change the world by herself and all that.
And by younger, you mean when you were 25 or something?
Shut up. I'm not that old. I just turned 28 about a month ago.
Mirai is just 14, you know.
Stop trying to make me feel old. Kids that age shouldn't be in the battlefield in the first place. When I
Except
was
in mech games, or
I
a few
hadn't even
Armor Array,
been
or a
here
few
for
others.
yet. Why, that professor had to implant those chips in her brain and force this life on her. After I worked in the Air Force for a few years, I got tired of being something that can be replaced easily. Too stupid to think for myself. So, when I got the proposal from Mithril, it doesn't take much time to decide. And I thought working with PMC would have more freedom. I thought by working here people will respect my decision a bit. I thought by being the commander of Mithril, I can make a real difference. I guess I was wrong. No matter where we are.
So now going into the second to last mission for Act 2.
Funnels deployed! At least, I'll avoid firing at the cockpit block.
Doing quite well on time.
Commence mission. Destroy all marked targets. Be careful of enemy high-performance battle.
I figure, okay, this is not, you know, like, we've got a lot of time to go. That's because lots of the endgame take a lot longer. Especially with some of the hidden actual cutscene and bits of dialogue, we got to hang out for a little bit. Now we have to take out a lot of these ground targets. So we're just going to hang here. To lock on perfectly.
Those ground anti-air weapons shall be easy to take out from long range with our railguns.
Also, part of the estimate was on the having to do with some of the also it was found partly before I found this out, but is I guess I will try to show that off later. There's time. Gonna just hang here. Get lock on here. As I said before, ground targets are a pain in the arse. Although you can do that there, it is sometimes hard to get an exact lock on for the blade. And it's also slower too.
Enemy reinforcements
there. Hop over here. Don't go down already because we actually fight. You can see just like how when you're really low, it's a lot harder to target things.
Close range engagement with those S-47s. They have 40mm automatic shotguns. Use funnels, railguns, and missiles.
And just getting caught in the targets. Again, one thing to actually note for those that actually speedrun again with games with different resolution, sometimes it can affect the run. Now we have to take out this ship here. There. Avoid the targets there. There. Up there, reload there. Up. Fire there. That there. There. Find the next target. Lock on there. Again, this is all about just making sure we get things locked on perfectly. Perfectly there. Because you have to get rid of all the enemies. Or reach the second phase. Yes, I said second phase. There is an exact second phase for this one. We're gonna line up the targets here. Again, hitboxes change with resolution sometimes, depending on the game, especially action games. Actually, something I think a lot of speedrunners don't think about, especially with modern games. On that one, they'll adjust graphic settings for the actual alignment of things, but for other stuff, it is one of those things that I think actually makes sense, but it does. Especially considering nowadays it's more stuff is actually being done to upscale to larger settings instead of having a native resolution. End of phase 1. Okay, what's left? There, so let's see. Any ground targets remaining? Yeah, there's one. Nope, not the last target. Again, one of the problems with it is the fact of having to get all the ground targets, and ground targets are pain times.
Morgan,
there we go.
We're detecting a SAR-class cruiser with escort approaching the combat area. This is the largest ship in the UCN arsenal. Prepare yourself.
And we're going to take the start here for the free health. And for just waiting for the enemies. Now we want to take out the side ships because the fact that they launch a lot of missiles and we don't want to die. And because we can actually don't want to take a full missile volley to the face. Considering how much they deal in damage, it can affect things.
The dog thinks it can win.
This up there, that's a small decoy there. Fire all those there. Railguns close. Fire this way, up here, slowly move over this way. Fire that there with our guns. And now we have one ship left. On ourselves just perfectly so we can actually do that. Because if we go in front of them, the actual gun they are firing is very devastating. And because they can actually turn quickly, we can sometimes get hit fast. There we go.
This proved too much for me. Goodbye, everyone.
All targets
neutralized. I'm going back.
Detecting one enemy battle frame coming at very high speed.
Andrea, sadly.
There's no time to withdraw from the combat area. Prepare yourself for an immediate high-speed dog.
Also, fun fact, if you read down at the bottom of every loading screen, you see a little bit of information. I'm gonna turn around because that's where Andrea is coming from.
Huh? I fought that machine before. Must be destiny. We are to meet again in combat.
Lieutenant Juliana is en route to the combat area.
Just going to fight slowly so y'all can get... Because he has a few things to say on that one.
Mirai's neuron control system is overflooded by incoming data. But from where? That red battle frame?
Colonel, there's something strange happening to your battlefield. Colonel, do you copy?
I'm gonna just hang out here. By our thing. Avoid the giant laser. Dodge that there, because if we get hit once, if we're lucky, we can avoid getting killed. If we don't get it hit perfectly, we will take a lot of damage. So we want to avoid the damage directly on that one there.
Don't you see what you have done? You'll do it again. That means I'll have to shoot you down. I see.
Notice just if I don't keep an enemy on screen, can't keep a lock on. Gonna wait here. So they give us the heads up, the dodge.
Even so, you still put other people's lives at risk.
As we're just trying to let them on that one. Does have a lot to say, lore related.
You're naive. You know that you've destroyed your target. But you never acknowledge that you've killed people. Until this moment.
What do you mean?
Right on that one.
You see your target. Tanks, aircraft, ships, battle frames, whatever is marked up on your display. You have the target.
Does have its own thoughts on that one.
Then that target explodes. The computer locks onto the next target. Then you repeat until each and every...
Yeah, well, that's only for casual. You actually have to maintain that lock on.
So much seemingly empty space between you and the people on the other side of the fight. Ignorance, as they say, is bliss. You never hesitate to pull the trigger.
Is that there?
It's a video game. That's how they want soldiers to think. And what makes you hesitate now? Is it because you and I have spoken to each other?
I mean, World War I's famous Christmas truce.
Are you alright? Lieutenant Juliana almost has arrived at the combat area. Hold on. Just a little bit more.
Yeah. Gonna avoid things here. Avoid the giant laser. Again, trying to let y'all get at least a lot of the different lore. The game does have some interesting lore to its story.
People just try to understand each other a little bit more. We can just talk to each other. Without all this meaningless hatred dividing us, there'd be no war to speak of.
F's in chat or Andrea. Oh. Sadly, he didn't make it.
Colonel Andy is down. I'll say again, Colonel Andy is down.
Target battle frame is disabled. Cannot detect life signal in cockpit. Is it me? No.
Ingrid, how we doing?
I'm afraid we cannot leave the combat area yet. We're detecting another battle frame approaching at very high speed. This one is also a next-generation battle frame.
Morgan, I'm reaching my limit. I don't think I can keep going.
Positive note, there is no audio logs for this one if I were to restart the mission. That is a positive note. Fun fact, you can actually mess with Super Sam if your system can't handle as much to lag things out and eliminate clouds. This game, a great example of just like how you can manipulate things with the with graphic setting.
This is Whiskey 1. We've received a search and rescue operation request. We shall arrive at the target area in a few minutes.
Here's because Mariah is always going to appear in front of us. At a distance, so we're gonna throw up a shield. Throw it up multiple times because we can. Do this without it. This is just to allow for some of the actual speed. And to play it safe. Not like we're gonna die or anything, it's just... I did say using the, using a different screen resolution makes damage differently. And, finish early, I will show that off, actually.
You're going to pay for everything you have done. I don't want to fight you. Can't you just let us go?
Also, shoutouts to having some actual very good music. And now we've triggered phase 2. Now will we actually get the music chains? If not, I will have to back out and actually do that because there is a bit of lore there. Actually, now I can take a mission restart to do it. Go too fast. Gonna keep firing at her. I must admit, this is literally the only time in any difficulty that you get a free heal. And have the actual retargeting. Although Mariah also gets that. It looks like I will take the mission restart so you can get the last little extra bit of dialogue.
If I had only arrived earlier.
Because we going too fast.
I'm so sorry, Colonel. I'm so sorry.
I mean, ever in a game where going too fast skips a cutscene? Some actual information?
Right.
And this is more about trying to provide your all.
Search and rescue operation request. We shall arrive at the target area in a few minutes.
So we're just gonna hang here. Fire our stuff at Mariah. Avoid her attacks. Fire our stuff there. Go on to Mr. Ghana. Gonna slowly go over here. Got to be able to hear all the lore.
You're going to pay for everything you
Luckily, I'm good enough to avoid some of the stuff. There we go.
What's this red light?
Target's reactor has come back to being fully operational. Now operating at 130. 220, 350. This is madness. The white devil that we have been painfully fighting was just only a fraction of what it really is. Be careful, Lieutenant.
Again, the losing themselves to that like tight mode. Also, fun fact, since we're waiting here, he will gain health back. And now I need to actually dodge things. I said what happens when you get greedy on some stuff. Pull this, go up a shield. Gonna hang here. Notice Mirai also gains back health aim points, so we want to manipulate things so we don't take as much damage because we're out of health. Luckily, we will be using that auto health regain that we get for this. This is one of the things that estimate is for these types of stakes where you will have to avoid a lot more. Up there. Play conservatively because I do not want to die. Flying just out of the camera view so we can get in sight while avoiding things. Flying just here. Flying just so here. There we go. That one there.
Sadness. We still can't stop killing each other. Isn't that sad?
Mirai!
Funnel ready.
This is Whiskey 1. We found Colonel Andy's machine.
What's really interesting is that if the Japanese audio, instead of the English, it does change when this fades out. Of the mines of that one. Although the PlayStation for called Project Mirai, I had to have DLC on that one. One of the reasons why I've not played it, I don't have a PlayStation 4/5, to be able to truly determine if or if not it matters on some things, but that's the end of Act 2. You have to enjoy the music. That whole meeting and melding of the mind type thing. Right, so things like that. Juliana sort of trying. Andrea.
Even though we succeeded in most defensive operations, we still have to hold a deeper defense line. We speculate that they want to completely eliminate all of our fighting ability on the Pacific Ocean before they reach the flying cities that are important to us. As you can see, the frontline unit they sent this time is quite a lot. This is the first time that you, Acula Squad, is assigned to the front line. I think you might still remember what they did to Bangkok 2 colony, your homeland. You can criticize me that I'm being unpatriotic from what I'm about to say, but I don't want you to throw your life away for nothing. If you don't want to be a burden to others in the battlefield, please leave all those thoughts that might make you reckless behind before you take flight.
I do find it amusing that even noting the soundtrack, some of this is not on there.
Holy, there's so many of them! This is way more than usual.
Now we're just going to take them out. Ideally, this mission, you actually find out that there's some actual things to essentially make them think that there's more there.
Do you see what I see? What is this? No wonder. Seems like the Americans
So,
are
fun
using
fact.
decoy weapons. So that's why they look more numerous than they actually are.
Give a sense of just like how it
Focus
looks
on
in
the
first
decoy
person.
and let the real one shoot you down so easily. The scrambler must be around here somewhere.
Akula 3, come with me. We have to get rid of all jammers, or we won't be able to take them all down.
Normally, this kind of device must be operating somewhere pretty high. Search for it. If the device is destroyed,
Do you know where they all are?
disappear.
If you start attacking them early, you get to skip that entire thing.
One jammer
But
down!
lore-wise,
Oh, radar is clear. Still a lot left, meaning that there are other devices. Acula Squad, find them and shoot them all.
go like this there. I'm not even joking about how much just the change in this resolution affects thing. As hopefully I get a chance to show just like how much of a difference. I do some of the visibility, it just dramatically changes up. Lock on. Heading close. Hi there. Echo there. Now boost and hold it until we get to the next enemy. Gonna also lock on missiles. Find ourselves very close and get rid of all that.
All jammers down. Shit! Those Russians destroyed all the decoy systems. Surprised? We're finally fighting them with even numbers.
This is Majesty. We have arrived in combat area.
Good.
So this game is very, very, very fun, and the speedrun is very fun too. You know, it's the type of game that's just like, I know for myself, I want to get more people to try out these styles of games. I mean, it takes a lot more skill than you think to play good, but it's also a game where you don't have to play perfect. And that's one thing that, like, more people need to see. Like, on casual, you can just sit in front of enemies, some of the enemies just, like, deal with, like, the fact of just being able to sit around and just avoid everything. Well, not avoid anything, but, like, you'll take no damage. But for, like, normal, it takes a lot, it changes up exactly what you need to do. And I think a lot more people try out harder difficulty runs like this because of the skills that it actually does. There's left. I mean, just see just alone, like, how much, different things are. Between actually having to track things versus other stuff. And it's also the type of game where it it heavily into making you want to practice or try to get better. It also ends up being a great game to help keep up skills in a lot of different categories. Not just categories for this, but different genres. Okay, there you are. There you go. There's the last few.
Damn you, Russians! This is Okirel. We
Have to
saw
fly through some
something
targets.
strange on radar at this marked location. Go there and check out what it is.
The only game I'm going to say that is really annoying is its sequel, and that's because it really desperately needs help. The last time it had an update, I think, was 2024, so I'm hoping that it gets some stuff on it, because I do not like being able to break the game that easily.
Strange. There's nothing here.
However, this game's also on the Switch,
Okay, Eden, we
and
have
both
arrived at the
versions
location.
actually are very good
What's
for a
next?
speedrun.
Please wait. We are
I
analyzing
also tried
the
both
situation.
on that one, and they're both good.
Acula Squad, get
Knowing
down,
where to go
down.
does actually help with some
Long
things.
distance weapon. All units.
Gonna
retreat.
fire
Get out of
I
there
hear it
quickly.
close. Ideally want to fly just high enough, not want to do things.
Don't let them aim at you. Check the radar. The flight path and the blast radius of the cannon are marked on the
I'm just
minimap.
using, like, these
Stay
settings to help
far
with
away
stuff.
from them if you want to leave.
I mean, it has a lot of good things on it, but I'm probably not explaining it the best, but, like, speedrun-wise, like, it just...
Is anyone there?
It really does help with improving a lot of different
You
things.
really need the hero after all.
Also, it helps learn, like, how you can use actual turning and other stuff like that to affect character movement. Something a lot of people do not think about.
I know whose battle frame this is.
16 days. This frame arrived 16 days late. If I had just prepared myself sooner, if I had just reached that place a few minutes faster.
Virus guilt.
Actually, I think I'm in the wrong. More than you do. If I didn't let him use the overbooster and let him go with you, the result might be different. Budushe is developed from Zaftra. At first, we intended to give Colonel this battle frame to fight alongside you in Zaftra. Lieutenant, the person who is worth riding in it is none other than you. Yamato Fortress has huge, long-range anti-aircraft cannons. These cannons fire airburst projectiles at hypersonic speed, which explode in mid-air when it reaches its target. The blast will destroy everything around it. Combined with super long attack range, making this a fearsome strategic weapon in an era of airborne weapons. If we can destroy this fortress, the army of the 7th Fleet in Yokosuka will be vulnerable to attack. Then, we will be able to start our defensive operation. This is going to be a huge turning point in this war.
I was actually interested in picking up the game. Usually when it's on sale, it's like $1, and with the soundtrack, it is like $2 and change.
The cannons in Yamato
now
Fortress
we do have
will try to shoot you
the ability to actually use a combo with this now, and we have the giant laser. Liliana becomes amazing.
We must destroy the jammers first, so we
alongside the shield that you normally had, which I might add. Well, I won't spoil it yet.
I already marked them on your radar.
Missed the targets.
Please don't die, Lieutenant. We still need a hero for a long time after
Need to take out everything with the cannons and then everything with the targets as well. Now we actually do have a shield that we can use at the same time as moving.
Radar jammer has been destroyed.
So you can just imagine just like how useful that is.
Attack squadron, engage. All units proceed as planned.
This is also missing where you can see just like how a lot of people that helped donate to the Kickstarter, just like a lot of the squadrons here.
Radar jammer has been destroyed.
Okay.
Radar jammer.
I'm gonna take a restart here just so I don't die.
The cannons in Yamato Fortress will try
actually
to
getting
shoot
hit
you from long distance. To get close, you must be flying low. Use the mountains
Yeah, we don't really
shield.
need to do that.
We must
Gonna
destroy the
boost
jammers
here.
first, so we can get a
Get here,
local
fly
and attack
out
Yamato
those.
cannons. The jammers
Slide
are
on that one
releasing
there.
their signal all around the battle area. I already
Fire
marked
there.
them on your radar.
Rid of them. Fly high
Please
enough so
don't
that
die,
we can
Lieutenant.
actually get
We still need a hero for a
locked
long
on.
time after this.
Because as I said about ground targets.
So we finally reached this. Don't worry, those Russians won't make it through the Yamato Fortress.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for? Launch the battle frame.
Like that there, that there.
Yamato cannons are intel. If we send them out, they might get shot as well.
Yeah.
Damn it! Why the hell did we build an airport?
I'll quickly swap that there, that there.
Radar jammer has been
Lock
destroyed.
on.
Radar jammer has been destroyed. Radar jammer has been destroyed. Radar jammer has been destroyed.
Rid of that
Radar
there.
jammer has been destroyed.
I just spotted the red battle frame. Guys, if you're not engaged in the main UCN force,
Don't want to actually take that giant laser to the face.
Radar jammer has been destroyed.
Yep, it has. Now we're gonna quickly do that there, get all those. Pop that there.
Lieutenant, the
And
last
head
radar
towards the
jammer
west.
is in the
camera.
middle of Yamato
What we're gonna
Fortress
do
network.
is launch our
This is the
funnels,
highest
put our
protected
shield
jammer.
up,
Please be careful.
and basically do a drive-by, or flyby, I should state, for that.
The cannon can't shoot if it's this close. Launch them!
Radar jammer has been destroyed.
Gonna just fire all those there.
Russians have destroyed all radar jammers.
Sort of target the correct things.
I only count one red battle frame destroying our shit.
Yeah. Gonna position properly here. Gonna move over here. That's the funnels, so we can actually help with targeting things. Up some missiles and extra targets and damage.
Entering the combat area. All missiles away.
There. Cannon there. Said she actually gets to be very good with the giant laser. Having a very maneuverable frame with that giant laser becomes very, very good. One thing that makes Andrea worse is the fact that you are on a slower actual frame. There, there. Not using the blade on this one because it does not deal a lot of damage to it. Right up here. Right there. Over here and take care of this one.
I will be back. This is not even my
final
form.
It had a lot of good anime and pop culture references. That there, swap to there. Shield up. Launch that right there. There. Auto cannon set up. Over here. It's best to just take out enemies as fast as you can. And considering we have to avoid giant lasers anyway, it's just better to take out the lasers first. Here. This.
Enjoy your hard-fought victory. We will fight again.
That there, get rid of all that there, and that's all the cannons. Now we just have to get rid of all the enemies. So you'll now see me using the giant laser on them. Alongside that. Now Juliana does have the ability to do the blade volley with the railgun, just like Mirai. Now it's just still all about timing. However, you now also have a combo. And you also can get rid of... You can slice down missiles, it's just a lot harder to do.
Fights, my time has come.
I know I've been trying to make sure more people check out these games. Because it's one of those things, it's like, may seem hard, but unlike a lot of other games, so games where you actually can just really just have to work with controlling it more than anything else, really does end up being a lot more fun. It also makes you want to try better. Here's again, we're going to start locking onto some of the ground targets, as that's all that's really remaining. Said the game does require us to get rid of the ground targets, so that's what we're going to do right now. And every time we lock onto them, positive note is because the funnels will also lock on and help kill them. Now, because we can take mission restarts, it is very useful for health management. Mind you, sometimes you don't want to, but at the same point, it's only going to cost you a couple cents, a couple seconds to help with.
Yamato Fortress is already destroyed. We're too late?
What's for dinner tonight, sir?
Always about eating, aren't you? Let me check. Today is fried chicken and mashed potatoes.
So plain.
If you've got a problem with it, then don't eat. Our target is that red battle frame. Finish this quickly, then return home.
Isn't that the only battle frame there?
Stop pissing me off, please.
Now, I normally would take a risk load here, but part of the reason why I had to wait is because of actual text and floor-wise.
Our target is that red battle frame.
Because it automatically
Finish
skips
this
there
quickly, then return home.
Isn't that the only battle
versus
frame
other
there?
stuff.
Stop pissing me off, please.
You'd have to kill at least 2 of them. I think you only really need to kill Mobius on that one, but finding exactly which one it is, the pain.
Nemo is down.
What? When it's 4 against 1?
The game does not tell you which it is. And I have noted which it was once, but it's a pain to track and remember. Combo here. There we go.
Looks like I won't be getting that dinner tonight.
Mobius! You kidding me? Even that guy. What's with this monster?
Boy, get back now! Get back! You don't have to fight anymore. Just return quickly if you don't want to die.
The enemy has retreated, Lieutenant. You did well. Don't follow them.
You seem a bit quiet today, Lieutenant.
Who can I talk to? That's the problem, isn't it? I no longer have anyone. No one.
Is it
Right,
true
it
that
survived.
President Sean Soloway never appeared on the media since the war began?
Yes. Since Congress approved the declaration of war with the UCN, Mr. President is still not saying anything and never went to his office in the White House as well.
Thank you very much. And that was live from Capitol Building. Now it's 8:30. We will continue after this commercial break.
Finally awake? It took a lot of effort till Special Operations dragged both you and Mirai out of the UCN area. You should be able to walk like normal after a few days' rest.
What about her?
Her condition is stable, but still in a coma. Actually, I want to be positive, but to be honest, we don't know when Mirai will regain her consciousness. Will she wake up? Even if she does, can she return to normal? Poor girl. Such a young age.
Oh, it's sort of like her mental state and dream at present.
You're dead.
Fun fact: if you skip through that cutscene, you will not stand up. Wait, if you... It's a timed thing on that one. Now we have to walk through her whole mental state on that one. But we're gonna try to cut a little bit of the graphic stuff about. Let's do this. Normally you could do either way. I'm just trying to actually not have the sun in people's eyes for y'all.
Do you know how much trouble you've caused for
Also,
other people?
if you walk fast after a while, you will have to crawl a bit more.
You keep talking about not wanting to harm anyone.
That is a very long hair. Very, very, very long hair. Mental anguish things.
Painful. So painful. Many people have to die by my hands. The grief. The pain. The sadness.
Fun fact, if we turn
To get out
around,
of here,
the shadow
we must
version
go to
of
the
us will
shrine
fire
and walk
lasers at it.
We don't have
Fire
much time.
psychic energy at us.
Follow me, quickly.
We're not gonna deal with that
Turn
there.
away from what you've done. It won't be that easy.
Don't be afraid. You can get out of here for sure. Keep moving forward.
Question. Oh yeah. Now, y'all can probably figure out what she's walking through, but what do you think? Is that because of the sun making it red? Or because it's actually blood? I like to think it's blood, it's water. But then again, I've never walked through anything like that, and this doesn't sound like it would sound like blood. It sounds more like water, but how many of us have actually tried doing that? I don't think any of us. Gonna avoid everything. Also, if it takes too long, we will end up falling down and having to crawl our way through.
Live on. Make things right. Or stay here, drown in guilt.
You mean strawberry syrup? I mean, it's red after all. That'd be velvet.
Neither her nor me can decide. You will be the one who decides.
Zoo. Now, there is one extra scene here, and I've got to remember where he is. A bit further up. Probably have to crawl towards the end, but, just trying to remember where... Oh, say hi to Shadow Mirai. Does slow us down a little bit on that one. But gotta show it just in case. Or next section. And showing off as much lore as I can. And I did not know that chocolate syrup was used for substitute for blood for black and white films. Actually interesting on that one. Oh no, I think it's the next one. As there is an actual achievement here for finding Andrea, the memory of him. Because psychically, normally by now it actually would have fallen. I missed that there. That's the end target, so let's avoid that there and find where he is. Lore-wise, gonna avoid that there. No, it's not that way. I normally don't go that way to do things, so... Yeah, I think it's down that way. Fun fact, you can die in this section. Not in this thing, but in this mission. Is that it? No, it's down one of the ends of it. Oh, just remembering where. Is that it? No. Must have passed it. There's no actual checkpoint for this, so we're just gonna keep walking around, and I'll find that for y'all. Gotta give some Easter eggs here and there. Technically don't have a health bar. But I can find it. Although the Dark Mirai makes it look like they're going to try to hit you, but as long as you don't face her, you don't get hit. So if that's intentional or just to add to the ambient. Yes, I know it's a bit creepy on that one. Oh, there it is. Hard to remember that that does not block the entire thing. There he is. Yes, sorry about that. More lines from you?
Once you see what you have done, you'll do it again. You know that you destroyed your target, but you never acknowledge that you killed people. Once you see what you have done.
Looks like no other lines, dude. When I got this achievement, all I did was pop it and then immediately exit out of the mission. Because it just counts for seeing it. I'm gonna try to slow down at least some of the animations. Avoid some of the animation. Gonna get to the end of it now. Oh, it took me a bit to find that one, but what it is. We're slowly going this forward and finally get out of here. See, we're gonna slowly crawl our way out. It's not as long as it is. It's more me showcasing the extra dialogue in here from her finding Andrea. Because normally you just go straight for the ending. Sorry about that. I couldn't remember where that bit of dialogue is, because although there is an achievement for it, it just matters that you go and find it. So it's one of those achievements that pops immediately. I mean, it does reference a lot of little things, and you do have the post-war side of things. But
if you have a second chance, what will you do? Will you still cling to your beliefs? Do you still want to save people on the other side, too?
yeah, I know. Thing is that you want to try to actually not crawl, and the longer you take, the more of a chance that it can happen. So it's just trying to actually not take too long. But luckily it doesn't cause problems because the reverse, the actual Evil Mirai doesn't hit you.
Sorry to have to ask you to go out again despite
Those
just coming back
Macross
here.
Robotech fans,
Since only 2 of you remain,
you should recognize this.
since that guy isn't here anymore,
All one.
it's become really quiet.
We're launching from an aircraft carrier
The
type
Umbro
thing.
Fortress has fallen. Our main fleet
We're
is still
slowly
in the middle
moving
of
up.
the ocean. The Russians will throw everything
And we're in
they
the
have at
transforming
you.
back.
Doesn't sound very different from the usual, right?
If you know what I mean, know what I mean.
Any questions?
What's the dinner tonight, sir?
This is a
You're imitating
like
him? I thought you guys
Macross
didn't like
slash
each
Robotech
other.
reference, in my opinion.
We don't cry for our fallen friends, sir. This is much better.
Alright. Don't come back dead then. We have curry and hamburger steak this evening.
Fun fact, it is possible to actually get trapped underneath some of this stuff and
The
clipped
early
into
wave
stuff.
attack forces will be lightly equipped battle frames. Take them as a warm-up exercise. Heavier units
I'll
like
go like
combat
this.
ships will arrive later.
Up here.
If possible, don't let our automated turrets, especially the ion cannons, get destroyed.
No, we won't.
Alright, here they come. Skull Squadron, engage.
All Spetsnaz unit, please enter the combat area.
Gonna lock on
Avoid
the
aerial
enemies here.
combat in the city area. Our job is to take out the USAF forces and render Yoko's
Hondo down.
base unusable.
Fun fact, my notes for this mission, and I have them on my Twitch channel, though I really need to make it a bit more readable. By the way, if you want to read that, spits.tv/Mageius1. State on this one, don't die. Not want to sit through that long cutscene. That long opening cutscene again. Load. Terminators.
Let's see. Who shall I
Again, this is where you can see just like the names of those that helped donate for it.
Hostile contacts confirmed. Entering combat mode.
Gonna go like this there.
Squadron, engage!
Have to deal with the Power
Advise Echo
Squadron.
team, Lieutenant Juliana is not coming with us today.
Gonna bleed down some enemies.
Tackler 1, I know what you're thinking. Do not get near Flying City. You're temporarily in Aquila 3's formation.
So they can do horrible things to us, but we can't do the same to them.
No.
Aquila 1, you
It's the idea of
stay in
we're better than
Aquila 3's
them.
formation.
A new enemy battle frame squadron is approaching. The S-47 Berkut. Wait! When you're engaging this model, do not get close.
Yeah, we're
Their
gonna get
shotguns
close when
shoot
we
you
can.
down with only one hit.
Because we want to take them out. Gonna take out all the enemies here. You all can hear their lines of dialogue. Go for the next set of enemies. That's it. We're gonna try to get
There it
rid of
is.
all of them.
The Kirov-class destroyer.
Mobius advised us to blading that.
He was being sarcastic. Don't play stupid. You fought one before. Don't get close. Use hit-and-run tactics, or else you are going to die. Good. We've still got some turrets standing. That'll make your
Of
job
course we
easier.
do. Of course we would. It would be bad if I wasn't preventing them from actually dying. See just like how I can use the camera to adjust where my blade is going if I am not locking on properly. Now we just have to take out every target left. Because being able to control hitbox, it is very, very, very useful. That's one thing that most players and most runners wouldn't think about. That being able to control hitboxes is very useful. And no, not all mechs actually have references to Evangelion. Although I do find it amusing how many people have actually looked at Evangelion for a lot of different things, when I don't think many people have actually seen the original extra movie. I think its end actually has one of the interesting, but one of the reasons why people don't like Shinji, but at the same point, like when he goes to Asuka, that's all I'll say in the hospital. That facial reaction says a few things. And it's hard to tell what he exactly does there. I don't have a voice there.
Катюша за Украину, you refresh your space. You got your out of the combat area now. We're initiating beta plan.
Wait, we still have other options! What's
Pick up these missiles.
Oh, this movement pattern. These are long-range missiles, aren't they? Easy targets. Hey, Skull Team, look at the radar. They've arrived. That's a
we could
swarm,
just
right?
skip out
Stay
all
cool
not
and
kill
intercept
the
all of them.
missiles, but it takes way too long. We want to get rid of them as fast as we can. Luckily, if we screw up, we don't have to worry as much. Got rid of all them.
All missiles intercepted.
Actually doing quite well for the time.
There's another one. A larger swarm. Holy shit!
I actually hit us early.
You need to remain calm, sir.
Shut your mouth and do your work.
Gonna get rid of all these. That there. Not going there.
We're not gonna make it.
Sadly, no, we won't. But luckily, this counts as. Yes, the original show does show some of the results of that one, and I know that I haven't seen the Netflix version, but and again, they did change some of the stuff with that one.
Power.
And rise back.
USS Taco? Visceral. But how?
We came here under our own decision. Don't worry, sir. We are on the same side here.
That's so. Understood. Skull Squadron, join Mithril's battle frame formation.
New missiles wave arrived. Prepare to intercept.
Gonna boost up high. Now,
Mirai,
one drawback to this is
your first
now
time
only have target. No longer have
sure
missiles.
You're okay?
We have homing lasers.
Please don't worry, Miss Esmeralda.
It's the problem with them is that they really don't help as much when wanting to do some of the attack stuff. I mean, they're good on some things, but not as good on others.
Missiles coming from the orbit. Mirai, look for the targets coming from above.
That there, those there. Fire that there. Line up there. Stop here. Gotta get to that one. Now the nice thing is now we now have basically nearly unlimited food. So we can avoid most things now. Now we're just gonna lock onto things, target, aim, try to keep the fortress alive. Aim here. Fire all those there. Lock on and fire. Lock on there. I really do think the game actually changes a lot differently because of the way that the super sampling works.
Well, sir, about that.
To think that we're just some
This
small
actually feels a
part of
lot easier than it
complex
would be
system,
on a higher thing.
having to blindly follow orders given to us. It's kind
That
of
could be just
sad.
some things on that one.
Yeah,
It's trying to actually
But we are
create
not
more
just
things.
a part of something. We are all human, and we can choose to create a future we want. The
It's
future
essential.
we dream
Thoughts
of.
on that one?
The future we strive to make a reality.
Come on. What's left?
That's our answer, sir. We fight to create the
do that
future
there.
we want to see.
Deciding by
Fire
yourself.
there.
huh?
Fire there.
So, let me confirm this. You'll act even without our orders, or even go so far as to
that's-
go against our orders.
Yep.
Right?
I'm afraid the answer will be yes, sir.
I see. Lieutenant Colonel Esmeralda Ingrid, I fear that one day we're going to cross paths on this battlefield. I'd like to warn you now. When that day comes, the United States Air Force will show you no mercy.
Well, they could try. That's my thought on it. Quickly lock onto all those. Just in there. Back
All
there.
missiles intercepted. This is
Let's
incredible,
put on the quiet for a second.
Morgan,
I need to go turn on the
you
lights.
just saved so many lives.
Although the operation is not a success, we have avoided the ultimate tragedy. Katyusha, this is Irel. I'll not work with a superior that orders the massacre of innocents.
Is that so? Then you are to be court-martialed as soon as you return.
After the war ends, you're going to court as a war criminal as well, sir.
Okay, let's start.
Excuse me, Lieutenant Colonel. This is a high-priority mission directly from the United States Central Intelligence Agency. If you'll allow me, I'd like to brief the pilots myself. We are going to begin a rescue operation to extract a VIP from highly defended hostile territory, here, at Washington, D.C., our former capital. The operation will start with Mithral's prototype battle frame neutralizing enemy high-performance weapons and battle frames. After we have secured aerial superiority, we will continue to the next phase. A transport helicopter, call sign Shorebird, will leave USS Takeo and then head towards this target building. Skull Squadron will provide close escort. Our special ops team will disembark from Shorebird at the destination to find and rescue the hostage before extracting. Protect the Shorebird until they return to USS Takeo safely.
So the Akarui Mirai has to engage the enemy until your team can complete the task. Is that correct?
Exactly. Thank you for briefing the briefing.
Sorry, I had to do something. Had to talk to the missus real quick. And I need to actually adjust game audio here. Well, music. Because thanks, Twitch apparently doesn't have this problem.
Background music, Captain.
This is the mission where they actually do that Ride of the Valkyries reference. And, well, Twitch apparently considers it still copyrighted.
Eliminate all enemy
Probably
battle
because of
frames.
the
Clear the path
one
before we
thing.
start the next
Then again,
phase.
it's weird on some copyright stuff. I have actually seen some.
It seems all battle frames in the combat area are
I've seen
unmanned.
some.
What? They're all
even
drones?
YouTube stuff where it actually acts up as well. Case in point, my own personal run for Macross PS2 game. The ending credits for one of the routes is apparently had a copyright claim on it. Turns out when I finally looked at it, because of the whole thing with not a lot of people actually looking at it, that it was for one of the movies, not the actual game. So I was actually able to dispute that one. Now we're just going to get rid of enemies. So sorry about not having game audio for this part of the mission. I guess if you've got YouTube go near you, go up right to the Valkyries so you can enjoy it yourself while watching this still. Now we just need to get rid of all these enemies here. Get rid of all of them so that way, because we're rescuing a VIP. And we want to be able to actually not have them die. Because this battle is a pain and they will keep spawning enemies until they rescue them. And we have to protect something, so you know how it is with escort missions.
Looks like the defense has been lowered enough. Begin phase 2 of the operation.
Hey, Matt. Why are you sitting on the helmet? So I don't get shot in the crotch. Man, this is awesome!
What's really sad is Ride of the Valkyries is actually in public domain territory, but the only thing, like when I talk to a few people that we could think of is maybe it's for the specific version.
Suffering is inevitable. All who live suffer. All who fight suffer. As long as we have hands to make weapons, then humans will fight.
Get rid of all the enemies here.
I will be the one to cut those hands down. Continue your fight with this resolve. There is no fate but what we make.
Thanks for the Terminator reference.
You, Destroyer!
I'm gonna toss down some toys, some of the other stuff. This is generally one of the only missions where you will see them actually go for them a lot. Like that there. With all these, I want to be able to actually that alive. No joke, this mission is a pain because of having to keep it alive. Fun fact though, if we technically there's not supposed to be a checkpoint until the boss part of this, but there actually is. A hidden one. That's once one of the characters starts talking. Although it does screw up the game audio, not in a bad way, but more of like if I didn't have the music off anyway, it would actually stop playing it anyway.
This is Shorebird. We have arrived at the target building. All right, ladies, time to move!
Great. Protect the Shorebird while they are standing by.
Go, go, go! Blue team, you're with me. Red team, check the other side.
This building is so freaking huge. Now where is that sonar drone? I told you not to bring useless stuff! Stop acting like that blue robot cat thing!
Shoutouts to anybody that gets that reference. Cat. For those wondering, it's Doraemon, known as one of the most well-known anime characters.
This is Alpha Team! We're fighting enemies at the staircase! Which staircase? Which one is it? Be more specific!
I still say that ways for sampling was employed in this, it actually spawns more enemies. And makes hitboxes smaller / bigger. Again, that does actually beg the question. When you're not having... When part of the thing's trying to spawn some of the enemies, or it's trying to recreate some of the stuff, make you wonder what it should. Good example of just like how super sampling can actually affect a speed run.
Red team here. I think we found our package.
Use the flashbang. Bridge and clear.
Go, go, go! VIP secured. We're hauling our asses out of here, now!
Psychodrome is now usable. Funnels deployed. Smart missiles ready.
No!
Leave him. He's dead.
No! We go together. No one gets left behind.
Smart missiles ready. Decoys ready. Psychodrome is now usable. Funnels deployed. Railgun is ready. Smart missiles ready.
Sorry about that all. Forgot that I had mute.
Hey, we got the VIP!
Mithram. He said he wants to speak to you. Should we tell you who he is?
Look, the VIP got shot.
Don't worry about me. Look after that soldier.
Is that President Sean Soloway, sir?
Fun fact, if you had
Lieutenant
if
Colonel
the
Ingrid from Mithram,
actual
aren't you?
Opter had died here,
Colonel should be around here too.
this actually counts as hidden
sir.
checkpoint.
Mirai, sir.
This is the second time you've rescued me. After the last time, they took me hostage.
They... Wait, who is they?
Hey.
They are...
Hey, aren't these the guys who escorted Air Force One and took down the Patriot? Are you kidding me? This is all of them? Unbelievable!
We're suddenly quite
So-
famous, aren't we?
You're talking way too much.
Gonna let them get their way out. That one. That I'll have to showcase just like how much different game's resolution matters after this. Just hoping it doesn't really affect things layout wise, but hopefully it'll let me. But we're now just going to let them get out.
This is Shorebird. We have left
And
the
it's
combat
clear.
area.
So now I can go back on the game audio. Oh, music, I should state.
Thanks for the assist.
Detecting energy buildup.
Because I use that as some
Wait.
audio cues.
Where is this coming from? Under
Eh.
the water?
Don't know if it will
Mirai,
affect things
Morgan,
or not.
something is approaching from below the sea. Prepare for
Because
combat.
hopefully they'll give me a minute to actually show it all.
Can you hear me, humans? I am Anapanasti. Life is short. Death is forever. I have slumbered through a great many wars and can ignore the call of battle no longer. Now you will reap the harvest of your... You will wish for death, and I shall grant it.
Mirai, Morgan, we have no
I have enough
information on this
health on
battle
that
frame.
one, and
Don't get too close
close
to
enough
it.
to the enemy.
Watch for
I am
its
going
attack
to just take
patterns.
the actual.
You still live?
I'm gonna save not having the actual
You will wish for
stuff
death,
for a reload.
I shall grant it. I will destroy all.
Capture drones. Morgan, Mirai, that weapon will slow down your battle frame. Don't let it catch you. If all of them lock onto you at once, you will be immobilized.
Humans, suffer the torments you so freely inflict. You
Look at
still
it.
live? This is entertaining. You are going to die.
Nah, we're not.
No hope. No
We're just going to avoid the
future.
capture drones because
No
it'll
existence.
drain the boost, but we don't really need it.
reason to resist. Birth, life, death. All things must come to an end.
I
So
finally
they
got
also
the
have
intel.
a Warframe mode. I don't know if the boosts on that one actually affect the main game or not.
Project created in the 2040s.
Couldn't, but
it is a weapon platform controlled by a sentient
games,
AI, capable of
things.
learning and evolving itself. It seems like it was shot down and went into hibernation during war. It was recently recovered by the Children of Fallen Nations and refurbished with modern weapons and engine drives, but the core of the AI remained the same. The same one used by the United States Ministry of Defense during the War of the Old World Nations. It must have been suffering all this time. Something built by humans, abandoned and destroyed by the very thing it sacrificed itself for.
You're going to leave the Air Force, Ingrid? Are you sure? You've only been here for a few years. Your score is pretty exceptional, too.
I'm sure there's a replacement ready, isn't there, sir? I don't think who you choose for this position will affect the system that much. The Air Force will run just fine no matter who they are. I want to be in a place where what I do matters.
I see. The armed forces are designed to be less dependent on the individual.
Well,
it can't be helped then.
A private military company sent me an invitation. The Pentagon's own weapon testing division, under direct command of the President.
Is that so? Private companies these days take these kinds of jobs now. That's good for you then. The defense industry just keeps growing and growing.
I'm not so sure about that, sir. It's true the defense industry feeds a lot of people all over the globe. But when I think about how much manpower is being used to find ways to kill more efficiently, it looks a lot less appealing.
I was just talking. Anyway, I am about to retire. I'm sure I'm starting to look my age, huh? I don't think I'll have the chance to die on the battlefield anymore. If the world really is at peace, the younger ones like you are going to be out of jobs.
But I think it would be nice if it actually happened, sir. It'd be great if the world was really so peaceful, that we could all just exist.
Mithril, this is the USS
wait a little
Guardian.
bit?
It's an honor to accompany our war heroes. We are currently waiting at the rendezvous point.
Unbelievable. The President was actually able to order a ceasefire. Yes. We will escort him to the 7th Fleet, so we can begin the peace procedures. We lost a lot of good people.
Good. Maintain formation. Bring all weapon systems online.
Fun fact, if we had gotten to the rendezvous point sooner, that cuts off that dialogue. It's you have to be precisely at that target point. Line up here. There. Try not to miss. And sometimes you just gotta adjust the momentum perfectly.
Where is the 7th Fleet? This is the rendezvous point. The ships and radar are... nothing?
Volko to Katyusha. The prey has entered the net, just as expected.
Show them no mercy. They deserve no quarter.
We're detecting a radar signature in front of us.
Of course.
But these IFF, that's the UCN Pacific Fleet. Dragon's Eyes, respond. USS Takao to AWACS, Dragon's Eyes, please respond.
This is one of the longest missions in the game, and if I die, it is...
All units prepare for combat against the UCN Pacific Fleet. Morgan, protect the Takao. Don't let us out of your sight.
Let's try to take out all these as fast as we can and avoid the giant lasers. Because actually, getting hit by them is a one-shot death. Now imagine doing that just before an actual checkpoint. I've had that happen times.
Petersburg-class corvette sunk.
So even here, that there, that there, that there.
Flagship Vladimir Putin sunk.
And use the fact of getting caught on some stuff to adjust stuff. We do have an actual good combination of stuff now. One nice thing is that we can build you can start using some of this stuff to help find things.
So better not get yourself shut down before I get a chance to fight you again.
Because getting caught in the crossfire can hurt. So we definitely will be taking that start mission option here. Go like this here, fire this here, fire here, fire here, aim at a distance. Fire the smart missiles, I'll go onto that there, fire there. Get some of the close stuff. As I said, we're going to be using some missile volleys.
Petersburg class corvette sunk.
That there. Fire there. Turn. Try to find our next set of enemies. Get that, technically you could say mid-season upgrade for those mech fans there. Know what I mean? Gonna go like this, that, there. Target lock on. The fact of the camera to
the flagship
adjust where we are.
The area.
Hold on to your weaves.
See, just like if I were to do a count for strike normally, I can actually adjust that so I can lock onto different things. Because of course.
Additional Kiro class destroyers approaching. Wait a minute. These IFF, they're on our side.
This is Admiral Zukov. We want to stop this bloodshed. We will not listen to a commander who is willing to take innocent lives.
Admiral Zukov, Colonel Anton, you are betraying your homeland.
Yeah.
Where do you think your loyalty lies? Is it with the army, the government, your ideals, or just your pathetic warrior's honor? If this does not lie with the people,
feels like it should
the
say
very
pride,
lifeblood
not
of our
honor.
nation, then we are in disagreement.
SAR-class cruiser sunk.
Fly like that there. Actually use the fact of getting clipped into some of this stuff really to make a difference. Gonna fly over this way. Aim here. Up here. Around there. There. Align stuff. Also hear the gun fire, so you can tell Yeliana's here. Align perfectly there. Get rid of them. There's the next set of enemies. Why the hell do I suddenly have arrow generation? Couldn't one actually on the actual on gamer difficulty, aren't I? Like it. Okay, where are y'all? There you are. Always when you have that last enemy.
Head to,
Fleet is right in front of us.
The 7th Fleet?
USS Takao to AWACS Dragon Eyes. If you can hear this, please respond. We cannot contact you. USS Takao...
This is a private transmission to Mithril. Listen, do not approach the 7th Fleet. I repeat, do not approach the 7th Fleet. General Renault cannot be trusted. Do not trust General Renault. Leave the area immediately.
Where do you think you're going, Ingrid?
Looks like we're getting the good stuff tonight, guys.
I'm sorry. You will all have to die here.
Okay, good. No extra
like
for that one, so we're getting
tonight,
this.
guys.
I'm sorry.
So we get to set up where we are.
Here. All 7th Fleet units, eliminate the Russians and the traitors.
So that's what this is. You wanted to use the UCN to kill us and the president, so you could sow the flames of war, leading the nation to pour all of its resources into destroying the UCN.
Yeah. Fun fact, there is an achievement for actually ending this battle before you hear the entire reasoning. But since it's lore based, we're gonna let y'all hear it. Not want to destroy everything. Take out all the enemies where we can. Early game.
The flagship of the 7th Fleet is the USS Enterprise carrier. If we can sink that ship, we can put a lot of enemy battle frames out of action.
What is this, Reynolds?
You may not realize it, but your presence is destroying the future of our country. The defense budget has been cut greatly. In under 5 years, the army has been reduced to 1/3 of what it was, while our enemies are getting stronger by the day.
I actually don't think I've ever sat around long enough to hear the entirety of it.
We have willingly become weaker. Mr. President, your policy is destroying America. No one respects us anymore. Our army is no longer feared. No one believes that we can hold up the promises we've made to our allies. Because of that, before we are weakened further, before our enemies smell our weakness, we must use our remaining might to wipe them off the face of the earth. We must fight for a world where our families can sleep soundly. A world where our children do not have to live in fear.
You're wrong. America is not defined by the strength, size, or technological reach of the military, and reducing it will not destroy us. Fear and hatred are destroying America. Having the biggest guns doesn't make us any more respectable. All our weapons are doing for us are showing the world that we don't play well with others. Humanity's development has stunted under the fog of war. All of our creativity and innovation has been swallowed up by the defense industry, while societies less fortunate suffer the consequences. We've abused the collective power of mankind to destroy, rather than to benefit. Instead of rising as a united people, we're scraping for what food and shelter remains in the wake of our wanton destruction, like everyone else.
I normally have just finished this battle
that violence will fix
and gotten rid of these things for now.
We are not a great nation if our people struggle to live. Our weapons do not bring us safety, only fear and distrust and suffering. We have a chance to create real change here, Reynolds. We've been ruled by our fear for far too long.
You actually have to go out of your way to listen to all this.
Mr. President, there is no point in continuing this discussion.
Actually, one of those actual times where you will have, if you were actually trying, would have finished off the carrier by now. So it's one of those ironic, where you will almost always get the Steam achievement for actually doing this mission, like not trying to hear it out. Just a fun fact on that one.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
Okay. get rid of that one there. Now that we have for the entire message, we're gonna go take out the Enterprise. Not the NC-01. Sorry. God, what is it for the Star Trek Enterprise? Not UF. Not UF. It's USS 1701, but it's been ages since I've seen Star Trek.
The 7th Fleet flagship USS Enterprise has been sunk. I never thought we'd meet on the battlefield like this.
I mean, it did say that if they had to, that would not, you know, give mercy. Oh. Gonna go like this there. The other. Launch those there. This is one of the only missions where I knew I was going to lose a bit of time for having to for the entire.
Hostiles eliminated. Main system disengaging.
NCC 1701.
Mithril, your.
Nice. It was 1701. Ileana. Hatred.
Lieutenant Juliana, what are you doing? Stop!
Now, I actually have to play this deliberately,
forgive her.
slowly,
Just this one.
because of needing to hear certain dialogue.
Be allowed to live.
Miss Juliana! Juliana!
Because ideally what you would do is just...
Miss Juliana!
Shut up!
Just position yourself perfectly and just do this.
What is this? Green light.
Now we just gotta wait around. And we hear some of the other lines. Remember, Juliana does have that giant laser. Except this time we don't have Ingrid giving us a warning about it. We're just gonna slowly...
What is happening?
And... quickly there. Those that stuck around on that one. The true eating of the minds type thing. Another anime reference.
General George Renault, who some of you know as AWACS Dragon's Eye, was killed in action yesterday. His death completely changed the direction of this war. A call for peace has been made this morning, but there are soldiers on both sides who refuse to comply with this order. This is a decision you have to make, to be part of the peace process, or give in to hatred and give up your humanity. From past battles, we've learned that there is an increasingly large number of unmanned battle frames deployed. We've managed to track their command to a single source. Here, in a tunnel under a mountain in the Korean peninsula, near the Sol 2 colony. The command signal is coming from a rogue AI, Ronald Reagan. It's one of the 4 AIs we created in the early 21st century to help run the country. The current capability of the AI is unknown, but it is clear that it can commandeer our unmanned weapons. That is a breach we must not allow. Renegade factions are heading there now to seize control of the drones. We need to get there first and destroy the weapons before they can fall into the wrong hands. This is our last chance to ensure future peace. Godspeed, ladies and gentlemen.
You're now into Chapter 4. For starters, we are going to be Mirai on that one. Want her to be able to, be all honest, Ileana, but we her for the next mission, so giving Mirai a bit of the spotlight is still a thing, and we also want to be able to railgun. The ability with the railgun. Ironically, we're approaching the second to the last mission.
I'm picking up USAF's M5 Viper Squadron incoming. The IFF readings are blue.
This is the 403rd Squadron of the United States Air Force. We're here to provide additional air support.
Also, this mission has some very good music.
This is 9th UCN Interceptor
I believe this was
Squadron.
actually
We also
DLC originally for Project Mirai, the PS4 version.
104th Air Force Marines here.
But don't quote me on that one.
Mirai! Mirai!
Huh? Sorry, I must have fallen asleep.
This is AWACS Oki Irel. Your objectives are to destroy the basic defenses, engage any hostiles converging on the surface, and secure the airspace for our ground forces.
I'm reporting live from Sol 2. We are witnessing an incredible
You want to take out all the remaining enemies here?
armies are fighting alongside one another.
But this way.
Those you guys have got my payment
So
sorted.
this is what you wish to see.
Our stuff there and there.
Got this
He
fresh
said
off the
this
factory floor.
has
Now
a
let's see what we
great
can do.
stick here. Line ourselves up here. Here.
Someone is going to die today.
Need some help?
Yeah.
You got lucky this time, but the next time we meet, that won't be the case.
JX-9 Anarchist operational. I repeat, this is
We'll take out the super boss because we have a bit of time.
preparing to engage.
Technically, it is a super boss. There isn't a reason for beating it on hard
How could
mode.
we have been so blind? We will fight you
Plus, it also
no
makes
more.
the
We will
second
join your
area a
cause
bit easier.
and help you end this madness.
Also, we want the smart missiles for the second part of this mission.
I die free!
Although, sadly, there is really no checkpoint here. Ah. Yep. Don't need the giant laser for this
We
section.
have secured the airspace. Ground teams, moving.
Now we need to take out all these remaining enemies. Hey,
War. Another relentless
I'm
series
gonna
of
say this
problems.
now.
All the bloodshed and atrocities make us shudder in horror. Death comes to all who are wicked and corrupt.
I've got to do one quick thing here. As it... something I need to. Okay, just had to let them know something. Considering where we are in the run versus time reference, could it be best to give them a heads up, hey, I'm probably going to finish early.
team. Arrive at the target area.
Now we just need to take out all the remaining enemies. Dodge everything. That one there. Next enemy. Said we want the smart missiles to do things. It's a good game. It is a very good game. Speedrun wise, it's actually very good. Ironically, I just found that apparently I was right about my old thought about how resolution for the game actually adjusts damage.
Bravo team. We've secured
So,
the building.
hey, game's got its quirks, charms. Load, reload. The funnels. Let's target that there. That there. The game is actually a great example of how like super sampling and other stuff can affect gameplay and speedrun setting, especially if it's upscaling things. Because sometimes they will decide to actually create more enemy or make like hitboxes smaller.
This is Team Epsilon! The system security is tighter than we thought! You need to buy us more time!
Yeah, we'll buy you some more time. The real way to speed up this mission other than getting rid of all the enemies. Since that's how it works.
This is Alpha. The tunnel is open. The rest is up to you.
The gate is open. Get inside.
Psychodrone is now usable.
Okay. Now we have to get inside and have some time. I will showcase the super boss here, because there is some lore to that one there. Let's get rid of all the enemies here. Make it safe. Gotta go do that in marathon safety here.
It looks like the defense system cannot be deactivated remotely.
Oh, it can't, so we have to actually go in and take it out manually.
Everything at you to keep you from the core.
It'll be hard to dodge enemy fire in a closed area like this.
This is the one reason why you would want Liliana for this mission. But with the ability to use the railgun for missile volleys, it's actually very worth it. Right. Sorry. There's also the smart missiles helps with this section here. But Liliana is good for defensive purposes. And now we have the super boss here. So what we're gonna do, get rid of this. We get rid of all these. And now we're going to take him, who is our super boss. We're gonna take him and sort of pull him out of here. Make it easier for taking him out. That way we can make it a lot easier to avoid things. There's a little bit of extra... There's a bit more extra dialogue if we take him out. Gonna lure him out. Okay. Gonna move here. a line here. Hopefully get him out. Not well.
You've excited me somewhat. Let us battle with renewed vigor and ferocity.
Yeah. Gonna avoid the damage here. Gonna lock onto him. Our things there. Slowly ease this way. I mean, if he's gonna hang there and not move, we're gonna take that advantage. Said if he's gonna sit there, we're gonna take advantage of it.
By a psycho fleshling. Is this real?
So now we gotta play a little bit conservative with health now. But we're gonna play it safe here. Get rid of all these here. That's gonna play it safe. You can also see just like how some of the actual camera gets to be. If I could, this is all actually loaded in, then and you could clip into it, I would love to just be able to get in here. And actually off-target things where it's not locked in, but it is very, very, very precise. For example, notice I did manage to hit that a bit without other stuff, but it is very, very, very hard to do. God, I hope I didn't hurt the marathon people for putting my estimate a little too long, because I was unsure.
The Ronald Reagan AI has been destroyed.
The explosion could collapse the tunnel. Get out of there now!
Yeah. It's gotta fly through here.
The safety gates are closing. We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it. Gonna slowly up here. Slowly back up here.
Mirai,
So like that.
Respond. Mirai. Mirai!
The AI Ronald Reagan, whom we know as Bird Eyes, the leader of the Children of Fallen Nations, has been destroyed. All of the weapons under its control have ceased to function, but the nightmare isn't over yet. Testament, a derelict weapon satellite formerly under the control of the Ronald Reagan, and even larger than the Patriot, has broken free from its orbit and is falling down towards Earth. Projected point of impact, Neo-Sydney, Australia. The country the Testament falls on isn't the real problem. The solar nuclear warheads it carries has an immense blast radius, enough to eradicate all life from this planet. The future of our species now rests with you.
Brothers and sisters of America. No. Of Earth. At this moment, the heroes of the CFN and UCN are fighting. Not against one another, but united in this final struggle for peace. Today, we do not fight in the name of any nation or ideology. Today, we fight for the greater good of all humanity.
Even though I was named Future, I can't choose one of my own. It's a bitter kind of irony. I used to think the future of humanity was such a silly idea. The moment they put the neural connectors in my spine and brain, the choice had already been made for me. But Mithril helped me realize something. If I cannot choose my beginning, then I will use my power to fight for the future. For the people around me. For the future I want to see. That's what it means to do what's right, right?
Okay, all. Wrap yourselves in. Going out, blaze of glory. So we will be using Ileana here because we want the giant laser. The second part of the testament is very strong armored-wise. So we want to be able to take out its core fast, and we want the mobile shield. That dramatically helps survivability. I did play this one.
Even though I was named.
Yep, I did. Oh, whoops. Okay. You have to not do that one there. So we're gonna go like this, this, this. Okay. Luckily, doesn't cause a problem with the speed run. So, again, on.
The final sortie. It's a little sad.
Game is self-aware.
Takeoff preparations complete. Do your best out there. It's been an honor to fight alongside all of you.
It does change, I believe, who the zoom is on if you're using another character.
There's not much time left before the
Alright.
reaches interception altitude. Get to the staging area as fast as you can.
A battle frame squadron is approaching. One prototype
Actually
unit
has a
and multiple
reference to
high-performance battle
Revelations
frames.
if you,
Mirai,
as an achievement in
Juliana,
here.
Morgan, prepare to engage. The Children of Fallen
Wait here.
Nations Ace.
Gotta get there perfectly. One of those times where it does actually require you to...
from both sides. You come here of their own free will, huh?
Pick out the target here. Hit that there.
Just sit still and accept
Fire
your end.
our one gun here. It also has a giant laser. So we will be that one there.
I may have underestimated you before, but it's not over yet.
That there. Our shield. That there. Set up the laser. So, giant ship destroying weapon.
And fight until my last breath.
Again, we really want Ileana here because A, the missiles do a lot more damage, and we can actually use them if the blade combination to deal a lot more damage. As opposed to the last side of things, we want this. I'll explain the Testament side of the battle once we get there.
Condition red. All hands to battle stations. For the fallen!
Gonna move here, take out this here. So we move. Fire that there.
All hands
Go
abandoned
for
ship.
there.
You've all fought bravely. It's been an honor. I die knowing that my actions have paved the way for the world that is to come. Nori, I'll be with you shortly.
Targets. Oh.
To destroy those you hate, no matter the cost. Hatred corrupts.
I will add,
Testament has
this is where you get to hear the full version of Hope. So we're gonna take a mission restart, so we have full health here. We're gonna swap to get ready for our funnels. Now, if you were to actually prepare to get up here high enough with full health,
This is it.
could avoid
Our
having to
last
take
battle.
that, but it's just
Whatever happens, the Earth and its inhabitants will remember this day. The day we learn to live as one. We will fight for it. We've come
There.
this far.
drop down there, up there. I want to get enough damage for it to open the cooling thing. Oh, I've got to do one other thing. Because I want my preciseness. This thing is a pain to target.
Portal ready.
4 minutes until Testament reaches the surface.
Actually, considering the way this affects things, I'll want to lift that up one.
I thought I didn't have a dream of my own, but now I know what it is. My dream is for humanity to keep dreaming. I fight so that others can have hopes and dreams. I fight for the humanity
Yeah.
of our dreams.
Testament is 20% damage.
That's one of the things we do want to use that with, which is the ability to use our Blade Missile Volley at point-blank
We
range,
will realize the impossible.
so we can actually manually target things faster. You can see just like how janky it is with movement. And the sensitivity on the camera really does affect things within that. So it ends up being very important.
3 minutes left, Lieutenant. You have to hurry.
The Testament is 40% damaged.
And that's one of the things that's, like, again, changes in hitboxes.
All damage is now at 50%. Defense system on RRLOL6 is ready. Portal ready.
Gonna lock in. With that one there, the cooling fans actually reduce it
60%.
by 20% each time. So that's why we want to be able to do. There. Laser. Load there.
2 minutes left.
Up there. Did I actually hit it enough to damage it? No. I did, but not just yet. Go for that there, so we'll reload there. Now we should have it 80% just about.
RRLOL6 is ready. Portal ready.
Get out of there because we can get stuck on it.
Testament is 80% damaged. Just a little more. Mirai,
Got
Indiana,
a minute to
keep it
deal
up.
with it. Okay, come on now.
Defense system on Hardpoint 6 is ready.
Just 1 minute left.
Okay, there we go. That there. Okay. That was a great shot and time.
This, right, Mirai?
Now we have just the
Yes,
final
Miss
cutscenes to
Juliana.
go.
We can do this.
Defense system on Hardpoint 6.
You gotta wait through cutscenes and the credits. Thank you, thank you. I'm considering this untimed versus any percent on that one, just to make it easier for timing purposes. We have this in the credits to go. Overall solid run. Takes here and there, but that's Project Nimbus Complete Edition. Guess chat's happy about that one. So now we just have to sit through the credits. Hope you all enjoyed it. And thank y'all for letting me show this one off. I mean, that's a great game, and I highly recommend it. Y'all, the speedrun is actually quite fun. Although no one's done anything for Prepare to Die mode, but that's... Put it this way. I made this look a bit easier because of the combination of manipulating the resolution. Without that, and on die mode, like, you're going to die. Probably want to stack in a couple more hours to that. Say hi to schoolgirl Mirai. Ironically, she's actually in the sequel too. Said, go through the credits. If they will give me like a minute just to show like what happens when you do not have the screen resolution as well. Normally I would actually do this with a 1920 by 1200 just for the extra vertical real estate, but it dramatically changes the amount of damage you do. No joke, if you're doing anything above that, it will change just where damage is and hitboxes. So it becomes a hybrid of you take the extra visibility and keep things on screen target-wise, or the ability to get, more damage to some degree. Also, shout-outs to Kickstarters. To see, like I said, a lot of the people that supported it, they became actual member. They helped name some of the stuff. Anyway, y'all want to follow me on Twitch? You can find me at twitch.tv/Mageius1. Also started uploading some stuff to YouTube, although really most of it is just listed, but I do plan to make a lot of that public once I've got all the highlights over. Thanks, Twitch, for that kind of stuff. Anyway, thanks for letting me showcase this amazing game.